Good evening. Here we are, preparing to play some Kerbal Space Program. And so here in CCAN, let's see what updates we have. That's it. So that's, we'll just go ahead and apply it, which is fine. And everything's done. All right, let's launch. I think I clicked, yes I did. Here we go. Yep, it's coming up. And I thought the right thing to do today, this evening, would be to get those two Kerbals rescued that were stranded last time. Yeah, and they were stranded because I didn't launch in the correct direction to get up off of the moon's surface. So I ended up in an orbit that was much different from the orbit of our command module, and without sufficient fuel to be able to meet up and rendezvous with them. So we're going to build a rescue craft. One thought that occurred to me the other day was if we had left the command pod in orbit of the moon, we could have sent the rescue craft to bring fuel. Just something that could refuel the lander would have given it more than enough Delta V to get back to us. But seeing as that's not our current situation, well, let's see what our current situation is and then design a mission to take care of it. Alright, give me a second here. I'm noticing that the audio channels are a little off of each other. And I need to do something probably to adjust the balance on the mic input here, which, you know what, I'm going to do that later. Let's just go ahead and start the game. We're going to resume our game at the beach. Some crickets. Let's go to the tracking station. Of course, we can see the satellite network that is working away beautifully with our 3 satellites. Very similar orbits. They're able to talk to various ground stations and to each other at all times. And thus, I've got complete coverage, 360 degrees around Kerbin, out as far as these satellites are able to reach, which is quite a ways. And as we can see, we have our one thing orbiting the moon, or out near the moon. Wait a minute. Have we lost our... Oh, now please don't tell me that happened. Well, so much for a rescue mission. They're not there anymore. What the heck happened to them? Well then, let's go back and see what we can do. Well, we don't have them stranded. I don't know why they're not stranded. That's very strange. let's load this puppy up and see what we've got for launching. Okay. And then, yep. Okay. And here is our payload. And I need to move this whole thing down where we can work on it. Alright, now I wanted to show you how I did this before. So I set up one of these guys, put a decoupler on, and then duplicated, made it long enough to come up here, moved over this way, and then built the arm out across the middle. And I built it out a little farther so there'd be room for the struts to attach, so that from bottom to top it would be well connected and keep that out of trouble. Now here we have ourselves a probe core, and that way this rocket, this piece being left over, we'd have a little bit of controllability in case we needed to do that in order to crash it into where we needed to crash it in. Alright, so that's how I did that. Of course, after I built this, I then discovered that there is an ability here to do fairing expansion, truss structure, and let's see here, where is it? So we can actually set this up differently. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's build ourselves the next mission, and we'll go ahead and reuse the lander that we've built before, and just try this out a little differently. So, well, we're not going to save anything. I'm not changing anything. We were just looking at it. And what I want to do is well, we could start out and build something, but let's just use what we've already built from before. So I do have the command module built out. I have a service module built out, and I've got some launcher. So we're going to start putting it together similarly. I want to get rid of that because we don't need that. All right. So let's go ahead and merge that. Come on. Merge it in. Did it? Okay, fine. Let's just load that. All right. And heck, we'll just call this 13. Why not? That's not going to jinx us or anything, do you think? All right. So now let's merge the service module. Yep. Okay, come down here. There we go. We get our service module. We can do it like that or like that. And I'm going to do this. We've got a little bit of a ring there. That's fine. Okay. So let's go ahead and move this on up a bit. Zoom out a little. And then we're going to bring ourselves the stage below. Let's go ahead and save. And let's get that out of the way. Oh, well, have we really done that wrong now? I thought we made that 13. Oh, well, shoot. Let's just load it here and clean things up. All right. let's get rid of this. See, you want to be careful about these things, so let's go ahead and save that. Now let's open and bring the service module back in, merging that, drop it in there. We're going to do our 13, and we're going to just let's see here. Let's go ahead and shoot for Duna with this guy. So let's see what we can do. There you go. We'll save that. Now let's get ourselves some lifting. And let's try what we did before. We're going to get the Sarnus 1C to be at the top of our stack here. All right. Now, here's the trick. What we want to do with this, nope. What we want is a fairing here. This is the 1C. Why does that not seem right? Well, first of all, we're definitely going to have to move this up quite a ways. All right. Well, we want our fairing here, and I think this is the right one. Yep. Okay. And we want to create interstage nodes, right? And we want to see, and by doing that, we can drag it down and see this is what I could have done. Now I'm just going to go ahead and bring it to the topmost one. Creates this strutting, and now, you know, there we go. So I'm going to delete the existing fairing because obviously that's not what we want. And we're going to want to put a lander in here. Now this lander is going to go to Duna. We're going to do this a little differently. I'm going to move the microphone here, so it might sound a little different, but we'll make that better. So let's set this up for going to Duna. First, we're going to need a decoupler at the bottom, and we want a decoupler rather than a separator. Let's see, we don't want the bigger one. Probably something a little smaller. Well, let's go smaller than that. Let's do this. Now, let's see here. If I remember right, the decoupler separates, it sticks with the long side of the triangle there, right? That'll stay attached here. And the short end is what will disconnect. So there you go. All right. And we'll build it to dock on there. So we're going to build it from the bottom up. So let's build ourselves a lander with an engine. Now we need an engine that's going to get us up off of Duna. So let's start looking at this. So for the body of Duna instead of Kerbin, and let's start with the Terrier engine. See what we can do. Okay, it's going to need some fuel, of course, and so let's find ourselves a good fuel tank for this. And what do we want? Something probably not in that size. That's too big a diameter. That's going to be too big a diameter too. See? Well, you know what? Actually, I think that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. So, RTX 440. Now, how much delta V does that give us, right? 300 meters per second. I don't think that's going to be enough to get up off of Duna. So we're going to need a little bigger fuel tank. So FTE1 drain valve. We'll try to solve the initial issue with the FTX1 series fuel line. Funny. Alright, let's grab this fuel tank. And you know, it doesn't hurt to have two fuel tanks, why not? So, 821 meters per second. Okay, we can live with that. Let's put a little bit of crew compartment on top. And let's go with the traditional lander can. Wherever that's at. There's the Mark 1 lander can. I'd like the Mark 2 lander can, which is right there. Alright, see? And that guy's a little bigger in diameter. Alright. Well, Mark 2 lander can is certainly, you know what, let's just go ahead and plunk the Mark 1 on there. It'll be smaller, but you know, that's okay. Alright, we need to put, let's just go ahead and duplicate this to put on top of it and check that out. We got a good distance. I think we're gonna meet things. All right, we'll need some landing legs, which are under here, and let's just go with these freaking gigantic ones for the fun of it, right? Way more landing leg than we need. All right, so let's see how it looks. Put it about there. Make sure we get 4 of them on. Oh yeah, that's gonna carry us, right? Let's get those on there. So that bottom edge is up, about like so. Okay, so that engine's gonna have plenty of clearance. So let's see where do we put it in order to, oops, in order to really just clear the ground. All right, so this will let us kind of have a wider stance. That's why I want to try this bigger leg. We'll have a little wider stance when we're coming down on Duna. We've got a little bit more strength here, so some shock absorbency, and even like this gives us a little clearance so we can absorb some shock, but also kind of helps us keep the center of gravity a little lower on the ground. So maybe we'll just be a little more stable that way. All right, now the last thing we're going to need to do here is, well, what I want to do is I think I want to rotate this bit of it. And so let's do that, rotate it over this way. We'll go ahead and put the ladder here. So that's under utility. We're going to get this ladder. Really only need one, so we'll turn off the symmetry. Okay. And let's extend that ladder. Now, this is why I didn't put the legs away yet. Now what I want to do is position this ladder so that we get down to where those feet are pretty well. Right there. Okay. So I'm going to put it there. Now, I could put another one of these. I could put the other kind. But what I'm going to do instead is do this mobility enhancer. So we've got static ladder rails just right on there. That should hopefully be enough. And of course, if we do that, it'll definitely be enough, but we'll just do that to get ourselves one more. Okay, and look at that. That'll definitely get us to where we can grab on. And we got a little bit of clearance up there. Let's add a couple of other touches. We're going to need some power down there, so let's add a couple of solar panels. Electrical. Let's see here. How about some 3x2? Well, I like that idea, but let's do the... Oh, let's see how big this thing is. Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous, don't you think? Yeah, too big. All right. Let's try this guy. If we put 3 of them on. There we go. And we could put them kind of high up. And if we extend those, okay. There's no way the Kerbals climbing up and down that ladder are going to have trouble with that. So we can retract. Now for some science experiments. Because we got to do something when we get there. Surface scanning module? Sure, why not? Let's do some surface scanning. And put that down here where our Kerbal can reach it from the ground. Might as well put a mystery goo on there, right? Let's go ahead and retract these legs. And this ladder. We'll set up the ladder here in a little bit. Okay. Then let's see here. Let's get some atmospheric sampling. Where's that guy? There it is. The whole big atmospheric experiment module. And obviously a press mat's a good idea. Get this barometer going. Let's go ahead and put that down here. And the thermometer up here, where we can check it in space. Get this gravioli detector up here where we can check it in space as well. Just right by the door. And then the last one, do I have... well, and here's the seismic, so we'll put this guy down here. Seismometer to do some from the ground. That's pretty good. I don't think we'll put the lab. And then here's the magnetospheric. Boom. We'll do that from orbit. Should be within reach from the hatch easily enough, right? So there we go. Few scientific instruments. One other scientific instrument we might consider would be one of these scanners. And the reason for the survey scanner is just to see where is an interesting place to land. Yes, this is a sandbox, but still, you can kind of play with it a little bit more realistically. And I really don't want to bring all of this back, so we're going to make sure we've got an engineer, get a scientist Kerbal who's going down and landing. And of course the scientist Kerbal isn't going to have a little communication trouble, a little bit of trouble flying if they can't be in good communication. So let's make sure we've got nice high gain antenna going on. Let's look at this here. We've got, oh, that should definitely do the job. So we'll put that guy on the side here. And turn him over, I think. Oops. All right. And should be out of the way of the parachutes while coming down. All right. I think we've got ourselves a nice lander. We've got a command module to get us there with more engine than we really need, I think. But let's see what we got here. Let's go ahead and pull all that off for the moment. This is skiff liquid fuel engine. All right, so let's look at our engines. Make a couple of decisions. So now the swivel might be worth doing, or we might just go ahead and set it up with the atomic engines instead. Now that would change the way we're building this service module a little bit. Let's open that puppy up. We've got power in there. Okay, that's good. Yeah, let's consider this. Let's see about this. All right, we've got these RCS ports set up nicely. So if we change this fuel tank, well, you know what? Let's fly it like this and see what happens. All right. So now, I want to zoom out a little. I want to get us hooked up there. There we go. Now we're going to put this around. And we want that to close. Come on. I want to get that let's close it thing. Usually in blue, but it's not doing it. There we go. Now we get it in blue. All right, let's see what we got to do to get that. I guess we just got to get up higher. Well, I don't want to. I just really don't want to, so. Oh, I know what we need. Okay. Let's go ahead and undo all that. I did forget one important thing. We need to be able to separate there. So when we separate, we need an actual separator. So let's put that puppy in. Yeah, notice the arrow's pointing both ways. So it'll separate out both things. Yep, okay. So there we are. All right. So we're going to just come up a little and make sure we're just around it, and close it. All right, we got our little bulge there. Now let's put our S1. Oh, well, the S1 isn't what I want there anyway. Let's pull that off the side. Save this guy. Let's get that S4B, because this is going to be our, we're going to try to make this be the stage that gets us launched interplanetary. Notice that it has that previous system that I built, and we really don't want that, so we're going to undo this. Drop down here, thank you. We're going to, oh, let's go ahead and keep some of this equipment here to do some things, and we're going to get rid of this guy. We're also going to get rid of all of this. Okay, and we don't need that. Okay, and I've got this separator. Well, decoupler, I mean. Okay, so with that decoupler in place, let's put our stack on here. Oh, and actually, before I do that, let's see if we've got an adapter. All right. Would that be under structural? Like this. Adapter like that, but a different diameter, obviously. Let's see here. Well, not that one, but where might we find the adapter we want? Let's try with payload. All right, then we're going to do this. Yes. Okay. Now let's turn on the interstage nodes. Move this up is fine. Move this down. Go ahead and come up. Whoops. Build the fairing. We will come up and then close it. Come on. Oh, I went up too high. All right. Come up and close. We're sticking out just a little, but I'm just not going to care. All right. So now let's do our so 6 of these guys. Let's provide power here as we go. Get some RCS tanks in there. Okay, why not? Why not go ahead and throw 6 in? See if I can get them to position nicely. That works. All right. And our probe core, we can just stick it right in the middle. Okay. So now we've got ourselves a bit of a stack going. All right. Then lastly, you know, we need to lift all of this into orbit, and we're going to have to fix a bunch of this staging. So let's fix that now on things with first hitting these parachutes and these parachutes. Okay, those are up there where they should be. So these must be up here. And we should have 3 more up here. Okay, so those are the main chutes. Those are main chutes as well, so I like that on the last. This engine, that decoupler, this engine has to go somewhere else. So let's just bring it down. That well, that's the right one anyway. All right, so then those parachutes, good. This engine. It's going to be this guy down here. So he's going to go all the way to the bottom. Now this decoupler, we're gonna stage that along with the decoupler that is. Oh, now wait a minute. Do I have the decoupler there? Oh, well then shoot. Let's see. Yep, I do. Okay. So this decoupler is TD25 right here. This one is that guy. It's going to go separately after I'm ready to extract. So put it on its own thing. Okay. Okay, this engine, there's a decoupler there. About the engine. Interior engine's way down here. Yeah, that's not a good place for it. That engine needs to be on its own thing up here. Okay. That's after we extract it from there, which doesn't, whoops, happen till after we've engaged. Well, let's actually move this up. I want to extract before I activate this engine. Yeah. Okay, so I think I've about got that arranged. 2570 meters per second. This is definitely going to get us to orbit and to Duna, way more delta V than we need in order to accomplish all of that. And so we just need to lift it up off the ground. Well, let's see here. So, Kerbin. Yeah, even thrust to weight ratios are still actually pretty good. So that's not too bad. All right. So, with that in mind, will this do the job? And we're going to want to put a fairing around this thing to connect it. Let's see here, what can we do? Well, that's a separator rather than a decoupler, but let's stick a fairing on there. Doesn't like that. Just a little, and we'll close it. All right, now with this, we've got to make sure, well, let's get this thing up out of the ground. Zoom out here. Get it up out of the ground. That's good. Okay. I think we've got everything here. Now, we have to have sufficient thrust-weight ratio here for Kerbin at the bottom, which means, okay, that's going to go with that, just up here. Just very much not the right place for it. But there's that engine, that coupler, that. Okay, I need the other engine. Need the engines at the bottom. Where are they? Oh, is it not attached? Oh, it's not attached somehow. There we go. Now we'll get them. Okay. So these guys are all up here now, which is very silly. Drag them down into the right place. All right, now this, I think, is this one. Yep. Okay. So that's going to go when we detach that and fire up that engine. So with the 2143, but it's only 0.94 on the thrust to weight ratio. We want to be above 1.1. So let's add some boosters. And for that, we're going to strip these off out of the way. And we don't need a lot of boost. We do want it to run till we get past 5 kilometers. Let's use the hydraulic detachment units. I'll attach 2 of them here. We'll throw a solid rocket booster on the side. The shrimp is not what we want, obviously. The might, no. Might not do the job. Okay. Doesn't have to be a huge one, but we do need something workable size. The thoroughbred, that's a pretty good one. Let's give that a whirl. See if we get ourselves enough thrust. That's to get that. Combine these things. Alright, I want all those engines going to get us to orbit. Now, our thrust-to-weight ratio of 1.16 should definitely do the job. And, come on. Doesn't feel like it's attached correctly. It's really because these things are, stay put, these things, yeah. Alright, let's see here. That's pretty good. Let's throw a nose cone on these. So we head for aerodynamics. Find ourselves a nice nose cone that'll fit. No, a little bigger, a little bit bigger. These too big, too bigger. Close. Not ideal, but there we go. That's what we got. Kind of like the ones that slant in, but that's okay. We'll do this now. I want to move these guys down here so that their thrust is exhausting right there. Let's go with a couple of separatrons to kick these puppies off. If they're when we're done. God dang, there they are. Alright. Rotate those guys. So they're thrusting outward, of course. Thrust points outward. I'm just kind of lining them up on the texture lines there so that they're somewhere on both sides. You know, of course, I got to turn that around the other way. Is that right? Yep, there we go. So now they'll kick away from the body. Now, you can position these a little bit more around so that their vectors kind of form a V to thrust away, and it's not a bad way to go because it also makes them not kick quite as hard, but this will be good. They also don't need to be that high up on there. They'll work well as long as they're above the separation point, as long as they're above the center of mass of the dry body. So when the fuel is gone, the way these engines clip in and everything else, well, we'll just see what happens here as we launch. We've got sufficient thrust-to-weight ratio there, but we've got to, great, now we're separated again. Okay, and then, oops, nope. Yeah, let's go ahead and fire those things up right when we separate them. Not great. I don't know, it seems silly that it does some of this stuff sometimes the way that it does, but we're gonna get rid of those. So now, at stage 10, we're going to have a total of 1.16. Then at stage 9, we'll get up to almost 1.5. Wow. I think it's taking into account we'll have burned off a bit of fuel by then. Okay. So, well, let's change the name on this then, because this is not. Let's go ahead and have I hit? Yeah, I have bumped my caps lock at some point. Duna 1. First shot at Duna. All right, here we go. Before we go, make sure we're good to go. All right, and I don't have a mech jub on there, so let's go ahead and add one. And where's here we are, the mech jab unit. We only need one. You just stick that on the back of there. And then I think instead of this antenna, we want a relay antenna. But we'll go ahead and keep that one because he's going to be good for Link anyway. And we want to stick a nice relay antenna on there. It doesn't have to be the biggest one. I mean, she's 22.4 million or 2 million meters at the minimum. You know, it's way more than enough. So, you know, we don't need to slap this on the side. That's just, but we can slap on one of these or even one of these guys. Let's see here. Is this a relay? It's a high gain antenna. It's not a relay. We want a relay antenna. All right. Because we want it to be able to communicate through. So let's go ahead and do relay antenna on the opposite side. That'll work. Okay. I would say we're ready to go. Now clearly we could change this and have it couple up over the top of that and get rid of the one in the middle or something like that, but you know, that's okay. We're going to stage these things at different points. All right, looks like we've got a few more of these to fix. Let me stage that. Oh, that'll be later. Actually, I don't think we'll ever stage that, to be honest. Because that'll have detached up there, so we don't even need this decoupler in the middle, actually. Because we want to keep that, piece and get rid of it. So let's see about getting rid of this decoupler. Nope, not what I wanted. Let's just get rid of that decoupler altogether and attach that there. Now we're going to build this fairing. Oh, well, maybe not. Okay, let's edit the fairing then, because let's delete it, let's build it. Okay. Well, this could be very interesting. Because really what we're trying to approximate is like where on the Apollo, the fairing, it cracked open a little bit around the lunar lander, and then the command module docked with it and pulled it out with the pieces just spread open a little bit. Didn't actually jettison them off completely. And then once that was extracted, the entire piece actually slammed right into the moon. That's how they got rid of it. They did not leave it in orbit. All right, let's see. Where's this one? Okay, that's there. That's fairing. It's going to be jettisoned. You know, we can jettison it at the same time that we do this. That fairing. Well, let's see here. What do we got? Okay. And that fairing is that one. Oh, wait a minute. What am I? Okay. So that really never needs to go away. That one does. we're going to decouple that, but I don't want to actually, yeah, and that's the separator, so we'll go ahead and let those fire together. That engine will fire it up after we've extracted, which is this one to release, okay? And then that engine fires up later, and of course our parachutes for landings, and this decoupler, where's that decoupler? It should not be up here. Zoom out a little. It is. Alright, that one actually needs to be farther down in things. We can put it there, combining, because the craft will be separated before we do that. But obviously, this is something we got to be careful with a little bit, okay? Checking all of this again, always a good idea. Make sure you're really doing things at the point you think you're doing them. That engine fires up when we do that separation and such. Okay, let's, is there not a fairing here? Oh, I thought we had a fairing down here. Well, you know what, I'm just not going to bother. Instead, we're going to do our last little bit of structural stuff. So we're going to attach, let's say 6 of these guys up to there. Oh, we'll lean over, might as well. Duplicate it. And put 6 of them over there. And are we actually getting anything? Nope. Alright. Let's see what we can do. Here. Attach. Attach. That's better. Attach. Some struts. That ought to keep everything from falling apart.
What time do you need to leave tomorrow?
Probably 6:30.
Okay. I'm going to bed early.
Okay. Now that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. I see what happened. Oh, how fascinating. The way that that attached. Okay. I want it to attach here, not up there, and it's attaching up there. So let's try to do this a little better, because I don't want all that extra trussing up there. So we're going to have to well, shoot. Okay, so we are attaching up there. That's not good. I don't think we're going to release correctly if we do that. So let's do this. Let's get rid of the interstage nodes and the truss structure. Let's go ahead and let that interstage node be right there. I mean, we can just attach the probe core directly, right? Kind of dealio. All right. So we're going to need to redo the fairing. Won't be hard. We're just going to put it up here and close it. Very simple. Okay. Now that fairing is up there. Keeps hold of this. Truss structure there. Holds that up. But I think I'm going to take the truss structure out. Simply because I don't want it getting caught on anything. And we'll let it all, yeah, Well, let's see how well this flies. Shall we take a chance on it? All right. We're going to head for Duna. So, I'm probably not getting out there at the right time. We want a Duna transfer window. That's pretty easy to achieve. So, I'm going to go on the map, zoom out here enough to find Duna. Now, we want, if Kerbin's here and the sun is here, we want Duna about here. So we're going to have to catch up to it. I'm going to set that as our target. And we want to go to a transfer window for it. So let's see if we can do that with the alarm clock. Here, we want to create an alarm. So we want to move that out of the way. Manual time alarm, no. Yep, see, and this isn't going to have, okay, so this isn't like the Kerbal alarm clock add-on. That's fine. Okay, so let's get the alarm clock turned off. All right, so what we can do is fast forward time ourselves. Since we're on the ground, we can do quite a bit. And we're going to get to that angle with Duna. It's about 45 degrees behind Duna for a fairly optimal transfer window, which is going to be right about there. So here we go, getting closer, and that looks pretty good. Not quite there, but let's go ahead and wait just a little longer and get that about like so. All right, and so now we're going to prepare to launch. Let's use MechJeb to get us into orbit. Ascent guidance. We want to take good advantage of the overth effect, so let's launch to let's launch ourselves to an altitude of, got to delete all that. Let's get ourselves to a nice little altitude of 74 kilometers. Why not? Orbital inclination of 0 is great. Let's go ahead and limit Q. I don't know if 20,000 pascals is really what we want to do, but keep limited throttle over 5%. Okay. Limit acceleration to 40 meters per second. It's a good amount of acceleration. Remember, 9.8 approximately meters per second is, or meters per second squared, is 1 g of gravity, and that's true on Kerbin as well. So that's over 4 g's right there. We're going to force the roll. Okay. Corrective steering gain, we'll keep that simple. Auto staging is fine. We're going to limit stop at stage number. Okay, so we don't want it to go past stage 5. If it's staged 5, we need to be, you know, but we're not going to need that. We've got, oh, fabulous. Okay, we've got our boosters. Look at the way that they're kind of hanging a little. So they're going to probably wobble a bit on this launch, so we'll see. We might just revert and add a couple of struts. I forgot to do that before we pulled out of there. But we've got kind of a pretty looking rocket with a knob off the side. All right. Engage the autopilot and of that pitch and yaw control going on there. We get this thing wobbling a lot if we're not careful. But I think we're going to be okay. See, those settled down immediately. So, that looks pretty good. We're rolling. Are we rolling? Gaining speed pretty well. Very nice. Let's have a look-see here. And we're going to look at orbit info and vessel info because we'll get thrust-to-weight ratio, for example. Fuel in those two boosters, it's more than enough. Notice we're throttling down pretty good now, so that's going to make this one-stage lifter, primary stage of the lifter, get us there pretty well. And then our stage here is more than enough to get us to Duna. And there those things go. And the Cybertrons did a beautiful job of peeling on the way. Probably could have taken some fuel out of those boosters and some fuel out of the Cybertrons, in fact. I've often done that with Cybertrons. I haven't lately, but inclination's pretty low. It'll correct it better as we continue on. Usually, not always. And we can see that periapsis height is still way low. Yeah, we're getting some serious atmospheric heating here. Of course, our altitude is climbing, but we're still in a thick part of the atmosphere, so interesting. We're seeing some heat effect out there. Why do we have a heat effect showing up out there? It seems like a bug. Now, you'll get a little puff off the engines every once in a while, but that's because our apoapsis is where it needs to be. If air resistance drops it down, we'll get a really quick puff to put it back up. It's just the way MechJet does things. You can see those engines jittering like crazy. Wow. That thing is vibrating the whole rocket. Okay, now if that happened in real life, actuators probably stopped functioning before the launch was done. They're not meant to move that many times. All kinds of fun. Now, have you seen any of the videos of like some of SpaceX's engines doing their static test on the pad, where they run all the vector, the thrust angle stuff? It's kind of cool to see all those gigantic engine bells swivel together, and they move pretty quickly too. So pretty incredible actuators. Yeah, check that out. 74,000. Very close to perfect. And I don't know why we're losing, why the apoapsis is changing anymore. We're out of the atmosphere. So it really shouldn't be changing still, but it is. We should have turned on heat. That's always fun to watch, but it's okay. Okay, we're descending instead of circularizing. Fantastic. We didn't actually make it. Well, let's go ahead and revert that flight to the launch, I guess. Well, let's go to the vehicle assembly. Let's go ahead and unload some fuel from the solid boosters, because we just don't need that much. Solid fuel is 8,000. I don't want numbers. I want the slider. Let's go ahead and cut that down in half. Okay, because we don't need that much. So that kicks up our thrust to weight ratio quite a bit. All right, separatrons. This is going to be fun, because what I'm going to do is just change those down to 2 out of 8, or 1.6, 2.4, that's fine. Out of 8. Let's go to 1.6, it's closer. All right. And then we can watch those have a little bit more fun. Now, I don't know why. Don't know why that is. Let's get a couple of struts on here. All right. We're gonna add one strut across there. And one across to there. That should be enough, really, to hold things on, so we'll go with that. There's plenty of fuel. We should be able to stage. And I guess it just decided it couldn't stage for some reason. Should have been able to fire off 6 just fine. So I don't know why it wouldn't have. Well, it wasn't out of fuel down below. So that's one other thing we could do, would be to cut a fuel tank out of it. But I think we'll go ahead and leave it alone for the time being. That would certainly increase our thrust to weight ratio. We might even get rid of the solid boosters entirely with less fuel on board. That'll be the next thing we'll try if this launch doesn't go so well. Don't worry, sometimes you do a few test flights like this. Hi, Everett. I see you texted there. I need to figure out how to keep that on the screen when I go click something else on the other monitor. This should just stay on the screen. But all right, so we're watching this stuff. I'll go ahead and turn on heat this time. If we see some temperatures going on, it'll tell us what part's at the highest temp and all that kind of stuff. We've got this. We're 74. All the settings look the same. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to turn off the limit queue. We'll just let this thing go crazy. And so engage the autopilot. It's ready to rock, and here we go. Let's zoom out a little. Notice the boosters are still moving a little bit. Now that rotation to minus 90. Interesting. We're turning over. Okay. About 1,500 meters up when we started turning. You see here on the nav ball. Oh, well, that definitely took us apart. That's not going to fly very well. So let's see what happens if we can jettison that and lose that engine too. Why not? All right, let's revert that. And let's give that launch another try here. Let's see. What we might just need more speed, so maybe we'll have to keep some more fuel in those solid boosters to make this work right. Here we go. Yeah, look at those solid boosters. They burn off pretty quick here. It's funny how with 8,000 it seemed like it was a long time. But with just 4,000, we've now burned 1/2 of the fuel we had on board. So that went pretty quick. I think we're not going fast enough. We're going to have to change that roll angle. So let's get that to 0. Let's see if we can roll. See if that separation helps. Well, it killed 4 of the engines. 4 of the engines destroyed. We're having a little bit of difficulty with roll stability now. And we clearly do not have sufficient thrust. I mean, not even close. So this isn't, we're losing speed. I'm thinking like this isn't really reading quite correctly. Because we're going up now. Oh no, our surface velocity. I got you. I got it. We're losing altitude. Okay, we're not going up. Well, let's really screw this up by staging. And see if we can get enough thrust to weight ratio here. I don't think we're going to arrest our downward speed in time. All right, let's go back to the vehicle assembly building. Clearly, our solid boosters, we're not going fast enough for them to separate away from those engines properly. And those engine bells are, quite... I never liked the way this was, but these are the Rhino engines. So let's see what we can do about that. Bobcat, I don't think so. Skiff is not what we're after. Mainsail versus the... where is the Rhino? Up here. Okay, so the Rhino has 1205 kilonewtons of thrust at sea level. Okay, and then... Excuse me, the mainsail gives us 1,500 at 1379. Honestly, actually, I'm going to switch engines because the mainsail is going to give us a better rocket. So, and I'm going to take the Rhino out of the middle too. Throw the mainsail in there. Gotta, get this where I can see what I'm doing, and oh, I can't do that. All right, let's get that out of there. No, we got to attach in the middle. Thank you. Then we can attach those 4. All right, that's going to help. But obviously now I got to fix my staging. Let's put those down in here as well, obviously. Oh, and we've lost our ground clamps. I don't know why. So, aren't those under utility? Structural is what I was thinking at first, and I thought, no, that's not right. It's under utility. Well, of course it's under structural. Oh, is it underground now? No. No, it's not. Where is it? you gotta be kidding me here. Why am I having trouble finding this? Oh, because it's down below the fold. That's why. All right. 2. That'll be good. And I want to put it up here above the center of those hanging so that we've got some nice hold there. And sometimes it's fun to just put another couple right down here like this, just because we get a couple of holding points. Keeps things from tilting in case you get some weight imbalanced there and what have you. Now, one other thing to try, like we said earlier, we could lose one of these fuel tanks in here. And we've got so much delta V on this thing. I think let's just take that extra tank out. So we're going to come up here, and I'm going to come down, shift. See, shift click will grab everything. We'll bring it down. And yeah, those are just above the pad, so that's good. And those solid boosters, I could move them up a little, but you know, I'm just going to leave them. Just going to go ahead and leave them like that. Okay. And looking at our whole rocket, it's a shorter rocket for sure now. That's just fine. Checking our staging. Ground clamps. Motors. And whoops, yeah, we want those there too. So there we go. So if we're looking at stage 1.76, yeah, I think our thrust to weight ratio is more than enough. In fact, if we take these off entirely, well, let's just save it like this in case I screw this up somehow. Take that off, 1.43. You know what? We don't need the solid boosters. Taking them out. We're gonna make this fly better. All right. We got 4 fins. This is good. This is a good launch. This is a good launcher. I bet we could put that other fuel tank in and have plenty of fuel, but with all of this, yeah, I think we've got more than enough delta V to get there and back. So let's go for it. What do you think? Think we're gonna get it there? All right, engage the autopilot, go for the launch. Oh, of course we're launching at the wrong time now because we reverted. We're gonna find that we're not at that Duna transfer window, so we're gonna have to leave our Kerbals orbiting a lot of ways. I'll tell you what. Oh yeah. So, well, let's get this launch to work and then we'll go from there. All right. How neat how those rocket plumes start interacting with each other. If we decided to limit Q again. But notice, we're getting some good altitude. We're definitely getting some good surface speed. I'm going to switch, not target, but orbit. Yeah. Yeah, that orbit speed's coming up nicely. And here we've got Valentina and Bill. All right, well, Bill's an engineer. Valentina's a pilot. And wait a minute. Well, let's take the thermal off there and see if we can see more Kerbals. Oh, hold on a second. No, we want heat on now because that's going to be fun to watch. Look at that go up. Now we're getting this heating effect way lower in the atmosphere now because we weren't limiting Q. but limiting Q now doesn't seem to be having much effect, so. Limiting acceleration ought to cause us to throttle way down. And that took the heat off really fast. And besides, we also hit the 74 kilometers. We're not entirely out of fuel, but we're really close. So we're definitely going to splash this first stage down, which was our original plan. All right, when we get up out of the atmosphere, let's make sure that engine kicks back in. And I don't want to limit acceleration anymore. We're just going to let it do its thing. Now, I just want to make sure this whole thing gets to orbit. I think we're going to revert and get to our launch window, our transfer window, so that we launch a little better. Those parachutes. Critical part, the Mark 1 lander can. So the critical part portion of this is around the part that has the lowest ratio of current temperature to temperature that's going to kill it. So the Mark 1 lander can does not handle as much temperature as other parts do. Those parachute casings will handle a lot more temperature. Okay, we're almost there, so let's kick in and circularize. Come on, do it right. And we didn't. Why did we not do that? Why is this autopilot? Oh, the autopilot shut off. And it's, yeah, I see it won't stay on now. All right, so let's go ahead and revert the flight. Let's revert to vehicle assembly. It's fine. Heat isn't actually an issue, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. All right, so this thing works really well. We're launching fine. Let's save that. And there we've built ourselves a Duna mission, except we're having trouble getting into orbit. So, oh, yes, and I want to turn off that dang blinking. I did not really want that blink to be on. There we go. Light is solid. And one is supposed to be red and the other one's supposed to be green. Well, isn't that marvelous? Crap. Don't move it. Oh, that's why. Let's duplicate the thing. Put it over here. Now the red goes on the port side, and the green goes on the starboard side, so there we go. All right. Having fixed that, so those navigation lights make it easier for us to see what we're doing. Oh yes, I did not put the lander's ladder on an action group, and I didn't do the action group for the solar panels. So let's do the action group thing. See, things you got to remember. Let's put the, let's see here. Let's put the ladder on 9, because that's kind of what I do. Toggle it. 10 is one I use to pull everything in. So we're going to retract solar panels. retract the boom, you know, stuff like that, right? All right, then I always use 4 for solar panels. Just let that be a normal toggle. And then sometimes it's nice to set up an action group for doing all your science. So I got nothing here that needs brakes. We could just use the brakes to do all the science, but that's over, right? We also have plenty of action groups here. So how about on 8 we'll do ground-based science. Well, okay. Toggle seam. Direction. I don't know. Well, you know what? I'm just not going to worry about it. We don't need to worry about it. Now, let's get some crew on here that works for what we need. Available crew. Yeah, okay. So here's what happened. Jeb and Bob are no more. That's why we only have 2 on board. So they're no more because they were in orbit and stranded, and it decided that that was some kind of debris that it should delete. Well, that is not what I like to have happen. Okay, so if we want more crew, we're going to have to go get more crew. Well, the astronaut complex, we can find ourselves a scientist. He's got lots of courage and a little bit of stupidity, so, you know, he'll be a good scientist. And yeah, that's okay. We only needed to get a scientist, so just do that. Jeez. Well, I'm not happy about losing that craft. I was looking forward to doing the rescue mission, you know? That was going to be fun. Oh well. So here we are, save, let's launch. And this time, let's try to get it for real. Let's just try to get up there. Oh, do I have skip circularization checked? I do. That would explain it. The reason that was checked is because of last time we were using it was in launching our satellite network. So this should work beautifully. And this lifting stage, this first stage, has still got way more fuel than we actually need to get into orbit. You'll notice we're already throttling down. So we're going to have even more fuel left over when we hit Mako. But we're throttling up some more. Okay, so that limiting of throttle was probably to limit Q. Oh, it is. In fact, that's right, MechJeb. You can see that highlighted in green because that kicked in. But we're getting right back up to 100%. And that kicked off now, so there you go. Now if acceleration hits 40 meters per second, which, you know, you can see here that we're at 25 meters per second squared right now. As max acceleration, thrust to weight ratio. Now at ground level, thrust to weight ratio is going to be equal to the number of G's that it's going to put on you. So and we're getting some atmospheric heating. How much fun. What's getting the hottest here? That's our Med Jeb 2. Which is getting some heat. But really it's skin that's getting the heating. And there we are. Throttling down. A few little puffs of the engine to keep us going higher than 74 kilometers. Atmosphere's still thick enough, we're probably not going to bleed off quite all of it, but it's going to be close. It's probably one more puff now, and that's going to be plenty. All right, now when we get up out of the atmosphere, instead of disengaging, we're going to circularize, and notice how the fuel is well down there. Not a lot left, so we're definitely going to be dumping this stage into the drink. All right, 801.3 meters per second. Well, we're going to get 269 out of this, which means the rest comes out of our 2708 that we have in the next stage. Go ahead and get rid of heat. Orbit and vessel info is all we really need. And let's move this guy out of the way. Zoom in a little. Of course, we can zoom out to reduce that engine volume, but there we go. And away it separates. Oh, look at all that fun debris from... Now that cloud around is that the pieces of the fairing that were adapting to the diameter difference. And see our rocket against the background. All right. And here comes our periapsis. We are descending a bit, so you can see our apoapsis is still climbing. So we're going to come up, and that periapsis is going to come up out of the atmosphere and kind of meet us, basically. Not quite. So, not quite a picture-perfect launch there, but we can do a little better. So, let's get radial out here. See if it can position us properly. Get something so we can see. I'll add a little throttle and work on it. There we go. So you can see I'm bringing up the periapsis as well. So we're staying out of the atmosphere, and that's fine. So now we're going to get prograde, but we're going to go into the map. Whoops, go find ourselves Duna. Yeah, you know, that would have been fun too. There was that asteroid that was down there before as well, and that was the other thing I thought about doing tonight was let's go rescue those guys and then fly to that asteroid, but no, here we are. Just friggin' debris. Alright, there's Duna. It's our target. And we need to get Kerbin to be about here with Duna about there. So let's do some time warping. Love watching that nav ball flip over as the days go by. Better to do this on the ground than with the Kerbals in orbit, running themselves low on snacks. But that's okay. Alright, so now we want to set up a maneuver node. Now we can do it manually. Let's just give that a try. I mean, we might as well. So because Dune is above us, we want to accelerate out. So we're going to come add the maneuver node around here, accelerate up and out of the sphere of influence, and let's just drop that back down. So we're going to go to Duna. Our thrust to weight ratio is about 1.49. Okay, so we've got plenty of thrust. We can do this. We can probably do it in a single burn easily enough, but I'm going to set it up for us to do 2 burns. But before I do, what we want to do is get out here and set up and find the counter. Now see, when we eject out that direction, it's going to lift it up over there, which is not necessarily wrong, but it's not going to get us the encounter we want. And as you see those encounter nodes, right, and what we're going to have to do is a lot more. So what we want to do instead is move this thing around. There's too much other freaking debris to grab. So we're going to move it around. Oops, come on. We're going to put our maneuver node around here. So that as we, now we're going to bring it over about like so, right? Now let's see here. Just going to burn more. All right, well, I'm not doing this right. Gotten onto the wrong side of things entirely. And I think we want to do this and lift that up a bit more. Well, I definitely want my maneuver node being edited. All right, there we go. Okay, so our Duna encounter is not so great there, right? Look at how that's not meeting up. Okay, so let's get back in here and just delete that node because it is clearly not really working for us. But this is why we fly with MechJeb sometimes. Maneuver planner. Not the rendezvous. That's for meeting up with an object. We want an advanced track transfer. We've got our target set. So let's go ahead and hit create node. And it's working on it. We do have that set as our target. Yep, Duna is our target. Okay, this isn't... By the way, return from a moon is what I should have used instead of transfer to another planet when we were coming back from the moon last time. And I realized that about 4.5 seconds after I finished the live stream last time. And then it occurred to me. And I thought, dang it, that's just dumb. All right, this is limited time. Do the computations. Create the node. Here we go. All right, now notice where it's coming from is on the other side there. Okay, that's good. And if we zoom out here, we see we're going to meet over there. And that makes sense. All right. So all the months of flying will bring us along that path in the same amount of time that Duna takes to travel around that path. And that's basically it. So 1052, out of our 2151, so just under half of the delta V we have left in this stage. That is the normal kind of thing. So let's see here. Let's get to executing that node. We've got some auto time warp stuff going. Right now the rocket is turning to face the maneuver node, and it is not turning very well. Oh, but it's nice to be in the sunlight here. Get a good look at our rocket. Kind of like, almost like pearls on a bead, the way this, you know, pearls on a, beads on a necklace, that kind of thing. But here we are, getting turned around. The wheels we have on here are not enough to really move it very easily, but we're only really going to have to swing this much this one time, so it's not something I'm going to worry about changing. As you can see, it is actually getting there. It's just a little wobbly doing it. All right. Now the Oberth effect is where, because when your velocity is higher in order to stay in orbit, when you're closer to the body, you're orbiting. And you know, atmospheric drag being non-existent, then we'll never fall in. In the real world, of course, there's, even with just a few particles in a cubic meter of space, a few particles of atmosphere, it's enough to create some drag that over time brings spacecraft orbiting the Earth down in their orbit. They'll slow. But do a little of that ourselves and get it to, there we go. Now we're auto time warping to the node, which is 76 days away. Wow. Well, let's get some more time warp speed going then, because it's going to take about 6 orbits per day, 6 or 7 orbits per day. Notice the things moving. Can we go any faster? Oh yeah. Watch those days fall down. I'm definitely going to slow that down when we get to about 10 days. Because I do not want to fly past it. Now, MechJeb should cut it off itself, but because I'm toying with it manually, you know, you never know. 2 days to go. Now, I want to give it a chance to get on the, get aligned with the maneuver node here. So let's slew around. Well, no, it's just going to keep accelerating time, so that's fine. Let's get it there. 1 day, 2 hours. Now remember, a Kerbin day is 6 hours long. So and watch this. The it's going to come and join us right about where we're at already. Hour and a half away. So it's going to get past us a little bit, and then we're going to have to turn just a little, get to it, but it won't be too bad. It's about another 2 orbits given our current orbital period. course, manually, you've got the maneuver target here that you can use. I'm going to turn off the SAS. Well, I'm not going to turn off the SAS, apparently. And we got like one more orbit and a little change before we're there. And if we look at the map, out here, you see, draw the line from Kerbin to the sun and up to Duna. And it does not look like 45, it looks more like 30 degrees to me, but hey, you know, we're getting a good transfer. Might be able to get a little more optimal, burn less fuel, but we got plenty of fuel for this, so I think we'll let it do it. All right, now we got a slew over to actually point at where the maneuver node is going to be now. So that'll take a moment to slew into position. And then the burn is 1 minute 6 seconds, so should kick in about 34 seconds, 33 seconds prior to reaching the maneuver node. And that's a short enough burn that that I think we can go ahead and just let it get done in one burn. We've got high enough thrust to weight ratio that we can do it. Like I said earlier, I figured we could, but you know, I like the idea of doing two. And the reason you do that is because of the Oberth effect. So because you're going at that higher velocity when you're closer, then your burn's going to be more efficient. You don't have to use as much fuel. You don't have to use much burning to add all the delta V you need. Relatively speaking, your end result delta V at your apoapsis, when you're at your periapsis, is there's a ratio to that. So it's a percentage, like the amount of fuel you burn, there's a percentage. And it's not quite a linear function like that, but you know, in reality, we are dealing with curves in space and all of that fun jazz. But in Kerbal Space Program, the two-body physics for orbital paths and stuff does simplify things. It also means you can't do things like the barrage points. That actually requires in-body physics, and one of the things, you know, there are mods you can add that'll bring that into play for you. And I've played around with that stuff before a long time ago, and there was one mod that was really well reputed and stuff. I always had trouble getting it to work, but you know, should have been some good things. So now we should have ourselves a nice encounter with Duna, and as you see, it's not quite there. We're going to need to make a mid-course correction burn. So let's just take a look at Duna here. See, we're not passing within it. So let's add a maneuver node. And then let's burn just a little here, a little positive, and see if we can, whoops, get that to join. And let's try the other way. See if we can get those markers closer together. See, and we're not seeing it quite encounter Duna, so we'll just futz around with it a wee bit until we can get something. So there they are at the closest approach. Separation of 110,000 kilometers. All right, so let's pull that this way a little bit, and then it says, yeah, you know, way farther apart. So let's go ahead and go back the other way. So whoops, let's see here. Closest approach. Well, isn't that fun? Closest approach. Separation 255. So we probably want to do something like this. But yeah, I mean, I'm tilting the scroll wheel one notch and it's jumping everywhere on us. So that's not helpful. 47,000 kilometers? Well, that's pretty good. It's a tiny burn. Let's go ahead and execute that next node. And I mean, as you can see, that is getting us in there. And we're on a pretty good orbital path. So, but we'll have to, and we're going through, so we'll have to get some more correctiveness, I guess. All right. Well, it looks like it's about got it on position. Yeah, okay, I was wrong. We're gonna have to slew around a couple of times. Let me use the time warp just to get it stabilized enough for MechJeb to be happy about heading out. Here we go. Well, we got a lot of friends traveling with us, apparently. They'll disappear from view over time. I don't know. What is... Well... Oh, okay. So that's still in orbit of Kerbin, I guess. What? No, it's not. It's... whatever. We lost something. Alright. We're getting ready to burn. It's not a long burn. So hopefully... what we get here... I do not want to add a maneuver. I want to look at Duna. There we go. Okay. So it's close. I'm going to go ahead and kill this. And as you can see, there we are. So what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a node here. You know what? Let's try it actually this way. Let's create ourselves a maneuver node and then see what we can do to manipulate our flight path here. Let's get that out of the way. Ah, shoot. There we go. And what I want to do is just kind of try some things. See, this way, this way. Nope. Let's go ahead and kill it. Let's add it again. All right, so we're there. I want to drop our... See, I want it to do that. Oh, that's way too much. 57. Yeah, we're... For whatever reason, yeah, you scroll the wrong way with it. There we go. Let's get back to 0-ish. Okay. See, that's going up above. I don't want to go above. I want to go down slightly. So we're going to come down here, do the scroll wheel. Come on. Adjust it. See, we want to just... I'm trying to get this orbit to come down here. That's what I'm really trying to do. So we want to kind of just play around with this a little bit. Get it in closer. Get it to drop down. Oh, that jumped. It jumped hugely. So I gotta bring it way back now. There you go, see? There we are. Now that's a lot closer on the line we want. Let's just try one more little notch. Well, I'm tilting the scroll wheel, but it's not getting anywhere. There we go. That's about it. Okay. Fantastic, see? And just playing around with those, you can get some adjustments, get yourself in closer. Maybe we can get just a little closer by if I can adjust this. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be getting us really anywhere. A little bit. And that's okay. That's getting us closer. I like that. Let's get us up here a little. Okay. So our periapsis is, as we go flying past, is going to be in closer. The closer we can get, and I'm kind of hoping for an aerobraking kind of closeness, you know? So we're going to see what we can do. Oh yeah, there. Now that's good and close. And that periapsis is not going to aerobrake, but that's getting us right there to where we're going to slingshot around it. So let's just drop that a little more. And drop that a little more. There we go. Now that's a periapsis. That's good and close. Still no aerobraking, which will save us some delta V. And for Duna, we don't want to really get down below about 30 kilometers. But if we can do, yeah, that's going to be good. That'll give us some really good aerobraking. Oh, and I wish I'd brought an actual additional heat shield for this purpose. Could have mounted it below the bell of the lander, so that as we come flying in, we could use that. A couple of other ways we could have positioned something of that nature, but there we go. If we've got enough delta V left after we launch from Duna, we might even visit Ike, but yeah, don't know about that just yet. But that's going to be a good close approach. So let's go ahead and execute this node and see what we can do. Back to the maneuver planner because, hey, you know what? And the maneuver node editor, by the way, lets you really, really dial in very precisely. So we could make some additional adjustments, but I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to execute that node. So we're slew around into position. Notice it is moving a little bit easier. And that's just because we've got less fuel weight in that lower stage than we did when we tried to do this around the orbit of Kerbin. Now the apoapsis, periapsis, all of this orbit information is about what we're doing around the sun. Kerbal. Or Kerbal. Kind of like soul, but Kerbal. I'm not sure on the pronunciation of that. We'll go ahead and use time warp just to stabilize us here. And there we go, warping over towards our new maneuver. One mission that would be interesting, and I thought about doing, would be to put some little satellite network around Duna as well, or other planets before we head there. And I'm definitely, I think I'm going to do that before going to Jewel. Jewel's far enough away, you know, it's kind of well worth doing. All right. Well, it got us close. And since we're pointed in this direction, let's go ahead and abort the node execution. And let's hold on to our position here and just very gently thrust. Notice how that put us over the top. So if I turn on the RCS and turn off that, I can use the RCS to adjust things just a tiny touch. And as you can see, that's actually turned out slightly better because the orbital plane on this line, we're not coming quite from under and then slinging up. Instead, we're coming in more or less level around the equator. So it did turn out a little bit better than I had planned on. 31,873, 31,691. So that's pretty darn close. I'm liking it. I'm going to go ahead and sit with it. Now, sometimes when you do get sphere of influence changes, it, yeah, doesn't always work out for you. Now, we're going to get ready to, well, you know what? I'm not going to worry about the maneuver planner for it. We're just going to do it by eye. It's easy enough. All right, Warp Helper. And the Warp Helper here. Let's get not to a maneuver node, but let's get to the next SOI transition. And go ahead and warp. Time warp makes life somewhat sane, but on a mission to Joule, for example, and since I've got Outer Planets mod and we'll be heading further out at some point, so there are mods that give you a greater time warp control, higher amounts of time warp that you can do, etc. But yeah, all right. The warp helper is nice. Okay, so it's going to stop time warp when we're about 20 seconds away from entering Duna's sphere of influence, hence SOI. But yes, missions that'll set up satellite networks around other planetary systems. So for Duna, what I might do would be to plant 5 satellites in a, and you could do it with 2. You really could do it with 2. You just put them in a polar orbit that's highly elliptical, so that the dwell time is really high above the northern hemisphere. The idea is then when it comes, so as the orbit's really close here, we're going to be a lot faster than our speed now, right? Right now we're at 1,004 meters per second. When we get down to this periapsis, we're going to be going a whole heck of a lot faster. Now, I don't want to burn before then. I want to burn when we come up out of the atmosphere. So this line is going to curve, by the way. But anyway, to explain the highly elliptical polar orbit that I'm talking about, we'd come in close to the atmosphere, but stay outside of it, of course, with the satellite, and come in close under the southern pole. That would be where we want our periapsis to be. The apoapsis would be way up here, as high as we can, and you slow way down, and you spend it. It's gives you what's known as dwell time. We dwell above the northern hemisphere far longer than the time we spend whipping around the southern hemisphere. So, with that orbit being highly elliptical, you just want to stay within the sphere of influence, but be right on up there. And with 2 satellites that are positioned so that they're pretty much opposite of each other in the middle of things here, there'll always be a bird up in view, not obscured by the planet, that'll have view to connect to another planet, back to the Kerbal Space Center. Now, of course, the sun can get in the way, so then the other trick is planting a small network of satellites in the same orbit with Kerbin. And you can do that resonant orbit thing to accomplish that. Now here, I want to warp now to where we're about to enter the atmosphere. And let's go ahead and get ourselves pointed without RCS. Let's point ourselves retrograde. So we go in butt first. We were close to that already anyway. See? And that view. All right. So then, as we, let's see if we can unfocus Duna here. Doesn't matter. Focus on our ship and don't thrust. That's bad. Okay, that took our periapsis into the wrong place. but not so much so as to be too much of an issue. So if I do J or L, okay, wait. No, N, because I'm on the, right? I just pull it back up above. Otherwise I have to point prograde and burn fuel, and I'm just going to use some of this. I'm not making much of a dent here. We'll get there. We'll get it back up above 30 clicks. And I'm going to bring it up to about 31. Now I'm kind of estimating on this, so we're going to see how well this does or does not do as we get in there. So let's warp on, whoops, let's turn off the RCS now. We're keeping ourselves pointed retrograde, and we'll go ahead and time warp. And of course, as we get close, you can see our speed going up. Not a lot yet, but it'll get there. Here we are. See, we're really, percentage of change in speed is pretty high. So we're getting real close. Yeah, all right. So we're going to come into the atmosphere here soon, right? At 50 kilometers. So we're going to get a little bit of braking. Mostly heat up this engine. Of course, the worst case scenario is we lose everybody. What fun, right? And as you can see, we really cannot use the parachutes right now, but that's okay. Now, our apoapsis is changing, and you could see that. And it's got to go through these negative numbers for a little bit because we're still leaving the sphere of influence. So this isn't terribly useful, right? But if we watch, you see that happening there? Now watch. You're going to see this curve change just a little bit. What we're really looking at is our orbital speed. And it's dropping, but it's just not dropping very much. We're not going to spend enough time here. If we had the inflatable heat shield, for example, that would create such surface area, would give us a lot better drag, and we would see a lot more useful effect out of this aerobraking. But because we didn't bring a part like that, we didn't plan for it, the aerobraking we're going to get is not going to be so useful. So at this point, we really could just burn our engine and run her out of fuel. And we are going up. Once it hits 34 kilometers, I'm going to go ahead and kick the engine in. And then we're going to watch on the map real carefully, because we're going to see this suddenly turn into an orbit. See? Watch that thing swing around. And very suddenly we'll be in orbit. So we'll bring that down. We'll miss Ike. And our apoapsis, when it starts to swing around, I don't want it dropping below 50. That's good. All right. But our periapsis is now well down there. So this could be a little problematic as we are descending rapidly. So we should not have been burning for quite as long as that. Well, then let's do this. Let's point ourselves radial out here. We'll fire the engine up. Burn what we got left to keep us up out of the atmosphere, hopefully. Nope, our periapsis got way worse. Oh boy. How did I make that so bad? Well, guess what? Now we're going up. So, yeah, that's why. It swapped it around. So our apoapsis is going to be way high. That's fine. Let's just go ahead and jettison this puppy. All right. Oh, that's not what we want. Okay, we need to control from here. And then we need to target the docking port over there. Set that as our target. And then we need to, let's go ahead and have MechJeb help us just do the docking. Enable the autopilot. And I don't like doing this because it is not efficient with our monopropellant in a lot of cases. These craft shouldn't be too bad, but we're going to force the roll to 0 degrees. And the reason for that is just to align the craft. Now once that docks, we should be able to stage off Bring us in, come on. I wish the docking port alignment indicator would turn on. I don't know why that thing isn't working. Ah, I can turn it on. There you go. Well, now I could do this manually quite easily. But there we go. All right. So now that's there, which is not the right place. That is already staged. That's our separation there. Wait, where is it? Is that the separator we want? That's the one down here. Yeah, it is. All right. So we want to move this down here. Wait a minute. Why did that jump up here? Why did you jump up to 0 instead of drop down to here where I said to? All right. Now we're going to go ahead and pull back. Pull it away from there. And get ourselves retrograde, because that'll be closer to where prograde will be when we get to the top. All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. All right, so now I'm going to do this manually here, just because, you know, MechJeb is helpful, and I enjoy using MechJeb because I've learned from using MechJeb and figured out kind of what it's doing to some extent. But yeah, so we're going to want to burn prograde. I'm going to bring that periapsis up. I don't want to bring it up all that much. I want to just get it outside the atmosphere to say 65, maybe. 54, that's actually good, but yeah, let's do about 60. Okay. Nope, other way. So if that periapsis is 64, let's drop it this way gently. Okay. 64,702. Okay, no thank you. Bring it down. 54, yeah, see, this is, it's hard when you're not able to see what it's really doing. Okay, 57. Come on. Jeez Louise. These are tiny adjustments, which is good. 58.9. So, yeah, 60. That's good. I'll click one down. There, that's good. All right. So now I want to align to that maneuver node. Get turned there. And let's warp closer for the burn. It's only 3 seconds long. But I do need to activate my engine here. So we're activated. Staging for that. Now let's get ourselves to the maneuver. Three, two, one, and a little closer. And we'll just burn it like 1 second. 2. Being very gentle with this burn until it starts not, well, and there you go. When that moves away, or if like this went down to 0.2 and then started going up again, those would be signs to just stop burning. And that's why I used X to cut the throttle and then just shift to control to really keep it super low, but it requires like super quick keystrokes. Very short on the key and immediately off in order to have those short duration controlled bits. So now we have our periapsis where we want it. So let's get our apoapsis where we want it. So we're going to add a maneuver node there. And we're going to watch this apoapsis in the plan drop down. And for that, we're going to have to burn retrograde. And then, of course, as I do this, when they start to swing around the planet on the plan, that's when you know you're about circular. See, as that starts to shift, both the apoapsis and periapsis, there will rotate around. And if we go about like that far, you should see 62 and 58. So that'll be, that's 58.9. That's 62.451. So that's pretty darn close. Notice I'm not right on the periapsis. So I'm going to move it over there. And then check them again. So that's 59.324. That's 62.089. That average is about 61. So, yeah, a little over 61. So that's pretty good. Notice we're pretty darn close to already pointed where we want to be. So that's easy. We're now going to see us really separate away from that guy. And if we were in range, which we won't be, or if we switched to it, which I don't want to do yet, then as it enters the atmosphere, it would get captured and drop on in. But notice that its orbital path still will go on. And because we won't be with it, the physics won't take effect. And so we won't actually see it crash into the surface. We'll do that later on just for the fun of it. All right, we're ready for our maneuver. We just need to warp over to it. This is a little longer burn this time, and that's typical. It takes a bit more, it takes more fuel to change your apoapsis or periapsis when it's closer, when you are closer to the planet. To an extent, when the target of where you're bringing it to is closer. So this is, smaller changes at this kind of distance. Oh, and okay, so because it dropped low enough in the atmosphere, I think the system automatically said, oh, well, this was coming down anyway, we're going to go ahead and delete it. So it automatically took care of it for us. All right, we're coming up on, we want to burn it about 3 seconds out. And so I'll drop this down to about 8, 9, 10 seconds, killing the, yep, we're on the maneuver node. And at about 3 or 4 seconds, we'll clean the engines. And then I'll start to bring it down slowly. We'll bring it way down. We want this burn to do really nicely. Get it right there, so we're looking at what we've actually got, And that's pretty good. See, and we got down to 0. It's great execution on that. That worked out nicely for me. 59,335 and 62,052. Almost right perfect. The average would be just under 61 kilometers. So here we are in an more or less circular, more or less equatorial. Now we could adjust this thing and get really a lot more equatorial, but I'm not going to worry about that. We're close enough. So we're about to go out of the sunlight, so let's go ahead and warp around to the other side of the planet so we can see what we're doing. We'll come up out of the shadows there in just a moment. A little bit of time warp. There we go. All right, and we can see our craft. So let's go ahead and deploy our antenna over here. Oh, let's just rotate things so I can see what I'm doing. Yes. Let's extend that one. Okay. And I think we do have a good connection back to the KSC. Here's our door. And our other door is over here. So we're going to have to come out and fly over there. But let's go ahead and do that. Let's get our scientist over there, because he's the one who's going to be doing things. Now, before we go, let's go ahead and fly over there and do some science. So turn on his RCS. We'll, okay, space, nope. We want to do that. We want to thrust forward to the side. So control goes down, shift goes up. And come on, get closer there. Up, down. And F to grab. So we've grabbed. We'll just walk down a little. We'll zoom on in here. We'll work our experiments. Log that gravity data. Great. Let's go ahead and extend that boom, because we're up here in orbit. That's where this thing can be used, the magnetometer. All right, run the report. And we're doing it, well, in space near Duna. So you could do this in space high above Duna. And we could have done that on our way in. You know, since this is a sandbox, I wasn't that worried about it, but you can do space near an orbital body that you're orbiting, and space high above it. So you've got those two places to do your science. Some things you can do the science above the biomes in the. Oh, let's go ahead and download that data. All right. Yep, we stored that. So. Some of them you can do them in the, above the different biomes of the planet, and you can do them while in space above those. But yeah, so we're going to take the data. Let's go over here and get the temperature readings. Log the temperature, right? And it's stored in there, and then you take the data. So now the scientists can take the data. They can reset and clean experiments that can only be repeated once. We didn't bring any of those experiments with us. Again, since we didn't really need to do the science, I wasn't so worried about it. So there we are. Obviously, trying to do certain experiments here, it's out of range. I can't actually touch the thing right now, so I'd have to fly over there to do it. But let's go ahead and board. And now we're ready. That data got stored in the can here. So what we're going to want to do, though, is transfer all of our science data from the lander can to the command module in order to take it with us when we when we go. So now we're going to undock. I'm going to go ahead and undock. Now that means we're controlling this craft because we were controlling from a part on that craft. So I'm going to go ahead and leave it on control from the docking port, which is fine. And I'm going to switch to our lander can. So now, well, our landing craft. And I'm going to go ahead and control from here. Oh, we can do a crew report. Might as well. It's just fun to do. All right. We can turn on the lights. We can, you know, I didn't put batteries on here, so we're just going to have the little bit of battery that's built in. Ooh, got to be careful then. So let's go ahead and deploy those solar panels for the moment to make sure that we don't run low on juice. Electric charge is good. And we're going to set up to just land on the surface somewhere. Now, oops, I didn't mean to put those away. Come on, get those puppies out. All right, so control point up, control point from here, rename the vessel. So renaming the vessel's fine. It's a lander. It's the Duna 1 lander. Hey, it's all good. I don't need to change it. All right, waving goodbye to our friends there. Now, what I'd like to do would be to land somewhere so that it's as little effort as possible to lift off. And that's not going to be a problem. So let's go ahead and point retrograde. And then we're going to fire up our engine. Oh, come on. Fire up our engine, please. I'm pressing space. We're not getting anything. Why am I not getting anything from pressing space? We are not staging. Inclination 3.9 degrees. It's pretty good for coming in the way we did. All right, let's activate this engine since it's not letting us stage. That I worry about a little bit. Let's shut it down. See if we can act. Well, let's. You know what we'll do? Let's rearrange the stages here, and we'll rearrange it back. And then these are the drogue chutes, and these are the main chutes. So that's the way we want it to set up. Okay, so let's stage, there we go. And let's kick in a little thrust. We're going to watch the periapsis drop into the atmosphere. We want to get nice and deep in the atmosphere. 15 clicks will be good. All right, now, for us to drop down to the planet, we got to go slower. So we accelerate in retrograde direction, and guess what? We're going to be going slower. And hopefully we'll be landing in the sunny side of this, on the sunny side of the street here, but it looks like we won't. So we should have fired a different point in the orbit, but oh well. That's what time warp on the ground will do for us, is get us back into the sun. All right. Before we hit the atmosphere, we will get rid of our, we'll put away our solar panels. And we seem to be doing okay. So with electric charge, oh, the electric charge is disappearing fast. And that's probably because we have the SAS on. Turning that off makes a difference. Well, let's keep the solar panels out for the moment, but once we hit the atmosphere, we're going to put those things away. But we want to get this charge up there. Whoops. Let's keep that on. Okay, so yeah, see, we're charged up. That's good. We've got plenty of fuel for this. I'll try not to use any fuel in the landing If we can, why are we going up? Whoa, our apoapsis. What the? Why is our orbit changing like that? The apoapsis is going up. Point us retrograde. And we're not turning. And we're still going up. Well, that's one of those moments when I wish I had done a quick save and we could revert the flight, because this is screwy. This is very, very screwy. We're climbing out of the atmosphere. Put those solar panels away. Why are we going up? Yeah, this is there. Okay, this is defying the physics for sure. Because we're definitely in the crash into the planet here, but this apoapsis is climbing. And thrusting is not making a difference. What in the world? We're going to run out of electric charge too if I don't. Well, we're going to lose our ability to revert the flight by doing this, but let's go to the tracking station. Well, actually, let's do this. Switch to... Cannot switch. Why? Wait, what did it say? Cannot switch vessels while under acceleration. So it thinks we're thrusting some reason. So it's going to tell us you are under acceleration. The game cannot be saved at this point. Leaving now will set you back to the last saved state. Was... Okay. It looks like before we actually began our... Before we did our deceleration burn in order to descend. Love the satellite network. Oh, wow. The positions have really changed. Okay. Well, this is definitely not working correctly. There are definitely some weird things going on here. So we lost Kerbals, who should have been fine. This guy left Kerbin's sphere of influence all by himself for no good reason. We're going to delete that. And now this guy was accelerating without his engines running, and we couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, at least the data link is good and strong. There, it looks like. Well, it's orange line. Maybe it's not so strong, but... Well, let's go fly that lander again. See what we can do. So, it seems buggy. I wonder if one of my mods is causing some problems. And, I mean, stranger things have happened, but, yeah. Alright, let's point retrograde. And, burn ourselves to... Oh, we gotta get the engine turned on. Yep. We're gonna drop ourselves a periapsis of about 15 clicks. And let's keep going until 20 seconds before atmospheric entry. Pause mixture. We're going to let the SAS turn us pointing retrograde. So we'll go down tail first, and then we're going to go ahead and pull the solar panels in. Oops. Get it retrograde and keep it there. Okay. Make sure we're, okay, now we're stable. And I'm going to pull in the solar panels, because we want those things to work when we get down on the ground. We're going to need the power. All right. Well, we're ready for atmospheric entry. We've entered the atmosphere. And we're going to need some deceleration. Another thing is that the engines will also generate. So I'm going to fire the engine just a little bit. We'll keep ourselves pointed retrograde. It'll generate a little bit of power. Keep us so that our electric charge doesn't run out. It's slower drain, so that's not too bad. Now if I warp, it's going to be a physics warp, which can be a little dangerous, but we're going to do it here for a moment. Yep. Notice our periapsis dropping. That's good, because and the apoapsis is dropping as well. So the apoapsis needs to drop down to stay in the atmosphere, and you know then you're guaranteed you're going to land, but it's really the periapsis getting down there. Now, at under 13 kilometers, start getting into danger on Duna. You could hit something. So some of the highest points are, I forget exactly how high. I want to say it's 12, somewhere between 12 and 13 kilometers, 11 and 12, something like that. But anyway, I'll be right back. All right, I am enjoying this Duna mission. I like this little lander. I like the look of it, and it is simple and built. I wish I'd remembered to put a battery in there, but, you know, I think we'll be okay. We're going to watch our battery level here. Left click, not right click, to keep that up. Now we're flying high in the atmosphere, so we can do an atmospheric analysis right now while we're high up. So we'll run our science, and seismometer, that's not going to do anything. I don't think the surface scanner will do anything here, but our mystery goo, we'll go ahead and do that. And let's see here. Let's toggle the press map, but let's log the data. Okay. And then these other experiments over here. Log gravity data. Can't be done right now. That one happens in space, by the way. But we're going to get our temperature. So toggle the display. There it is. We're going to go ahead and log that. We'll collect all of this data later after we've landed. All right. Notice the periapsis is still dropping. The apoapsis is dropping good. Going through the atmosphere. Definitely decelerating. We see atmospheric pressure increasing. It won't increase up to here. It won't get up you know, like on Kerbin, because this is Duna. Just isn't as much atmosphere. Let's see, the lights are off. That's good. We can toggle the gear. We really could do it at any time, but go ahead and keep it like this. I'm going to change from orbit to surface mode now. So, as you can see, we are picking up speed because, yeah, we are descending. Gravity's going to accelerate us. We've got tons of Delta V. Tons. We don't even need the parachutes to land. And we could still take off and probably land and take off a second time. But we'll use the parachutes because that's going to help us. All right. That is a, there's the sun. And there, all those kilometers away, is the command module. Flying high above. As we're heading down. All right, we're watching that battery. We can use our engine to charge it up a bit if we need to. And you can see we're going too fast. It's not safe for the chutes, but we'll get things down there here a little bit. All right, let's just go ahead and burn some fuel, drop some speed. Because we got some interesting terrain features coming up over here. Look at that. Now, we didn't design a rover or do anything like that, so we're not going to be able to travel very faster than the standard Kerbal waddle. But yeah, we're not going back up just yet. All right, and get under 500 meters per second. Our altitude is high enough. We're not getting a lot of atmospheric drag yet, but go ahead and cut the engines. Just let that. And you see we charged up a little, but I don't want to use up too much of our fuel because we do have a lot of Delta V here. But we still got a lot of time to kill. All right, save to bring out those chutes. So we're going to bring them out. I don't see them. Disarm. Okay, so they're armed. They will now jettison when it's safe. When it can do it. And chutes alone are not going to be enough for us here on Duna, probably. Not with this craft. We've got, how much mass have we got? 5.5 tons. We were heavier, but we burned some fuel. So, I didn't think it'd be that much difference for the amount of fuel, as you can see here, or up here, that we have going on. But yeah. Well, let's definitely fire up the engine. And, oh yeah, let's extend those gear. Let's get the rest of the chutes out. And hope that that'll decelerate us enough. There we go. That was a lot of G's. But we are decelerating. That's going to cut our speed down a lot too now. Alright, we don't want to... Oh, this is not going to be as level a ground as I was hoping for. But we should be okay. I'm going to turn off the SAS because that's not going to help us right now. The shoes are really what are going to control us. And we are going faster than we want to, so let's look for our shadow. There it is. Oh yeah, let's thrust here and get that speed down. I want to touch down at a nice gentle 1 meter per second, really. So a little bit of thrusting here. Now I don't want to go back up, so I'm being careful not to thrust too much. Adjusting. And the shadow is going to meet at about 1 meter per second. And we'll settle in. And there we are. Touchdown, landed on Duna. Slanted like crazy, but we're on Duna. All right. And the sun's still up. All right. Isn't that beautiful? Beautiful. Well, let's extend that ladder. Let's get our solar panels out. Let's get that ladder out there. Oh, we seem to be sliding down the hill a little. Come on. Where's that ladder at? Oh, I know I put toggle ladder on one of these buttons. There we go. All right, let's run some ground experiments here. Run our analysis. Duna Highlands. All right. Here we are. Now we can't really run this again because we've got the existing data, right? So if we go to run it, it's going to say overwrite. We don't want to do that. What we want to do is also deploy our antenna. Where is our antenna? I don't think there it is. I didn't put it on a key to extend the antenna. All right, so we've got our antenna up and running. So if we go to the map, we have a data link up to the command module right now. And of course, when it goes out of sight, we're not going to have that data link except when it's above us. So, but this will still give us a data link when it comes time for us to launch to get back up to orbit. And those solar panels are working nicely. They're not all in the sun entirely. Maybe we can turn a little. Makes me nervous too since we're sliding here. But can I get us, can the SAS actually tilt us up a little? I don't think so. Not much. So you can see this leg is way more extended than this one. But yeah, so that's part of why we're sliding down the hill. Very slowly, thankfully very slowly, because I don't want us to tip over and everything. But we'll go ahead and get our Kerbal out. We'll collect, take the data. Oh, I think we took that data before. All right, so let's log the temperature here, and we'll take that data as well and climb on down. We're gonna take that data, log it, and take the data again. So we got the high up and we got the other data. Not close enough to do things with that. Not, oh well, we can. We'll collect that data and go ahead and remove it. And we'll go ahead and restore. Now we can use the mystery goo again. So we'll do the observation here on the surface and we'll collect that data. We don't really need you to show us this again. So there we go. And let's let go of that ladder. And we can watch the craft kind of slide on past us. Funny. All right, I don't know why we're not. Oh, well, yeah. All right. Log that seismic data. Excellent. Let's take that data. Oh, come on, you. There we go. Download the data. Run the atmospheric analysis now that we're on the surface from Duna's Highlands. And we'll go ahead and download that data as well. All right. So with that done, we're going to move along here. Let's just go uphill a little bit, and we'll plant our flag. But we're also going to take our EVA report. We're going to take a surface sample, right? All normal things you would want to do. We're going to plant our flag. There it is. And that's good. All right. Take a look at us, lower the visor. Kind of keeps the sun out of his eyes a bit. Its atmosphere is thinner, the sun's farther away. I don't know. Would it seem as bright or would it seem brighter? Certainly more UV getting through with a lot less atmosphere. But is it more at this distance or about the same? We're quite a high altitude where we landed, so yeah, Duna Highlands for sure. One advantage of that is it'll be a little easier for us to get back to orbit because we'll have a little less atmosphere to travel through. And let's just waddle on over to this rock and see what we can find. Of course, on Duna, there is light enough atmosphere to actually do a little bit of going. Slow it down, slow down, slow down, and poof. Well, the RCS is not a great idea, but Duna's just heavy enough gravity that it doesn't quite work for you, but waddle over and see if that rock is anything. We'll raise the visor so we can see his excitement on his face. Look at all that excitement. We are carrying a parachute. I hope to not have to use it when we get back to Kerbin, but we might just use it for the fun of it. We've got a lot of stored data. And used up a little bit of our monopropellant. But what's this? I don't know what this one is. This is our monopropellant, though. This isn't like some amount of oxygen or something, is it? Oh, no, no, no. It's the mass of the crap we're carrying. That's what it is. Almost there. Jump. Jump for it. it's fun watching that prograde marker. Waddling at 0.8 meters per second. Well, you know, that rate we need what, 1,200 seconds to get a kilometer? All right. And we can hide here in the shade, apparently. It's just a hologram. There must be advanced technology somewhere in the center of the planet. No, it's just, yeah, didn't bother with implementing better physics on that. Well, I think that's our flag. Yep. And then there's our ship, still sliding down the hill. All right, let's get back there, shall we? Keeping things balanced and getting us there, and slowing down before we crash, and setting down gently. And as you can see, we used up a bit of RCS, but it was able to keep kind of close to a hover. So let's go for it. Ooh, we can biff it and slide our way there. All right. There's not much else to do down here. Of course, it's always better to take your scientific data back with you rather than actually, and you know what? We'll restore this mystery goo container because we can use it in space high above the sun and do some stuff like that. All right, climbing our ladder, and now we can board within the relative comfort. So we transfer all our data in. We've got tons of fuel. We've got the sun there. But of course, our command module is out of contact. And our little antenna can't reach the Kerbal Space Center, especially at the moment because we got a planet kind of in our way. See, it's off that direction. But where is our command module? Well, it's going to sail around the other side of the planet. So we were going to want to take off, lift off for rendezvous. And actually, it's kind of one of these cool things that you can do here with MechJeb. So let's do it, just to show you how that works. We'll set that as our target. And we want to launch. Notice we don't really care about the altitude, but we want to launch to rendezvous with this. So doing that will engage the autopilot, and it's going to set things up, bring it around here. And as you can see, where it's going to try to begin firing up is with that about there. So I'm going to pull in our solar panels, and I'm going to get ready to pull in our antenna as well. There we go. Bring the gear up. We're going to let the autopilot take us to orbit. Thrust to weight ratio here is more than high enough. Notice we're gaining a lot of speed and altitude very quickly. Now we're going to turn over as we drive through the atmosphere. Oh, and I should have. I didn't. I'll do it from orbit, but once we dock, we could have reset the parachute. So, you know, I'm not going to need to, actually, so not a worry. And that is an excessive amount of fraction. So yeah, MechJeb folks, way to go on the math. That's a lot of mathing right there. I don't think that degree of precision is necessary to display to us, but I appreciate that you do, because there are cases where that could be useful, and so I can understand that being displayed to that level. But calculating to those levels is probably necessary for them to get the nice, accurate things that they get. Now let's pull our ladder in as well, because we really don't need that out there. You'll note I didn't do anything with the magnetometer on the surface. It doesn't work on the surface. You have to be outside the atmosphere to use it. So. And here we go. We continue climbing. We're gaining speed. We're switched over to orbit. Let's check the map. All right, so now you can see we're going to intersect or get close-ish to intersecting over here. We're getting little poofs to keep our speed up. And the apoapsis will hit there, but we want a rendezvous. So we're launching for a rendezvous. I should have set the apoapsis to the height, to that average height, 61. But we're launching for a rendezvous, so that's okay. And that's not too bad right there. Oh, well, that just disappeared. That's strange. Has created this maneuver node to circularize our orbit at 74, which means we'll be going slower. And that lets him catch up to us a bit. But then we're going to have to transfer rendezvous. So we'll use the rendezvous planner to do it. But this ascent at least gets us pretty darn close. So we're going to use we're going to use this rendezvous planner, which is a different maneuver planner. Okay. And it kind of does all these stages of things, right? But let's go ahead and intercept. Well, here we're kind of done, right? The autopilot shut off, so we're going to go ahead and kill it. So let's intercept with the Hohmann transfer. And there it is. It's going to burn there, which is going to give us an intercept over here of separation 2.2 kilometers. That's pretty close. And then it gets over here and gets us to 63 meters apart. No, 13.4 kilometers? Oh, never mind, separation. All right, so we're just gonna let MechJeb. Let's see what we can do with MechJeb here. Of course, the rendezvous autopilot is kind of nice. You just hit autopilot on this guy and away it goes. You say desired final distance is 100 meters, maximum number of phasing orbits, maximum closing velocity, etc. This doesn't execute the node. We have to tell it to execute the node. I kind of don't want to. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and let the rendezvous autopilot do the job this time. But we could go through those phases. You know, actually, let's do it. Let's do it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. So let's align our planes. So here we go. We're going to align the planes. And then we're going to intercept with the Hohmann transfer. Right? But first we're going to align planes. So let's execute that node. Actually, let's intercept with the hum and transfer first. Let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna use up a lot less fuel doing it this way because we're close enough. I mean, the plane change we're going to need to make isn't huge, but we'll do that next. Usually, you want to align planes first. You know what? Let's go ahead and do it. Let's align the planes first. And let's go ahead and get those solar panels out again. Good. And where's our antenna? There it is. We're going to deploy that guy as soon as we can. I don't want to transmit the data. That's fine. Okay, plane change accomplished. Next, you could establish a new orbit at 200 kilometers and then use that to do the intercept. But we're just going to go straight for the intercept. Okay, so we'll execute that node. Tons of delta V, tons of it. We could get back to the KSP, to the KSC ourselves. We don't even need the command module to do it. Now, we wouldn't survive reentry entirely well, but I bet we could. I bet we could land her. So yeah, see, we're getting closer. Well, and we'll get closer still. Oh, now we're getting farther away, but that's okay. Oh, it's a couple of days away for the... Well, then let's get a little bit more time work going here, because... No, this is the total orbital period. Now I'm going to let MechJab deal with the time warp here now. Okay, good. Let's get the target data up here. Rendezvous. We're close. It's a very short burn, 0.7 seconds. May not even kick the engines on full to do it. See? Yeah. All right. Okay, the next step is to match velocities at closest approach, which is in 23 minutes. So here we go. So one of the things that's nice about MechJab is that you really can use it to teach you. You can use it this way, going through the steps, but letting it help you get these things right. But frankly, you can do this rendezvous a lot more fewer maneuvers. Probably burning a little more fuel than what this will do in the end. But yeah. I'm going to get that docking port indicator thing up. There, we've got the target still. Now, is the craft targeted or is the... Alright, now we've matched velocities. Let's get closer. Let's move this puppy over here out of the way a little. Get closer. And then you're going to match velocities at closest approach again. Okay. By doing this, we'll get in nice and close. And you see it's not really going to get too close, but it's pretty close. I mean, 10 meters. Come on, do it. Matching velocities. 11 meters. All right. So now what we want to do is rotate around, and here's using the docking port alignment indicator. I'm going to rotate around, and I'm going to hit this. All right. So in doing this, I'm going to push the orange indicator into alignment with the yellow one. The yellow one is the retrograde, so that means I'm on the wrong side of it right now. So, and then I'm going to push that down. And then this is a rotation indicator around here. So I'm also going to rotate myself to align. Oops. I'm toggling the SAS on and off to try to get it to really dial in there more gently. This is a light craft, so it's not going to take a ton to move it, but a couple of little twitches here to get me lined up really good. Now, with the RCS, I can simply thrust back a little. Oh, and of course, the thing we have to remember is I don't have any RCS on this, right? We're going to have to switch craft, and that's fine. So let's switch. And let's set the docking port as the target. Set as target. There we go. Now, we're lined up because I got that aligned, but our rotation isn't quite right. I'm watching that rotation come down to 0. I'm going to get it to swing back in real gentle. Well, 0.3, that's pretty darn close. All right, so with the RCS on, we'll thrust backwards a little. Get it over here. Now, we're aligned, but the red crosshair, it's red, it'll turn green when we're on the correct side of it. And then you line up those crosshairs and you'll be in the right position. Now I'm going to go ahead and thrust forward to get this C velocity down to pretty much 0, right? And our distance is 5.1. So total distance is 10, but our distance is 5.1 along the center line. That's what the C is, the center line for these. So now we want to go ahead and thrust up a bit. I think, so I'm hitting K, and I think that's coming in the right direction. So we're moving the crosshairs now. I'm pushing the crosshairs to line them up here and here. With all of these things aligned, we're then in the right place. So I'm going to push L to start pushing that over. And our center line distance is staying the same. Wow, I really got that one. So I'm going to need I to arrest, and you can see that, you can see there that the yellow crosshair in the middle kind of gives us a relative of that thrusting that's going on. And now here I'm getting close to centering it up. There we go. Very light touch on this. Okay, now this is going to be very well aligned. Let's get rid of this rendezvous autopilot. Let's zoom in there for you to really see this docking occur. And there I am. So, whoops, let's use J, kind of keep that right there. I want that to stay like right there. Now I'm going to use H to thrust forward just a little bit. So now that velocity is positive 0.14. So positive means we're coming towards it, negative means we're moving away. And I can slow that down even if I want to. 0.11 meters per second. It's going to get us there pretty quickly. Now, in space, in reality, they dock at speeds slower than this too. But this alignment indicator is very useful. Notice how we're drifting out of alignment, so I'm going to go ahead and push this to bring us back and turn off and let the magnets complete the docking. We're docked. So now what I want to do is I want to transfer all the fuel. No. I don't want engines firing up. I got to use the right buttons. All right, let's pin that. Let's pin that. Oh, that's the service bay. I don't care about the service bay. Okay, so I've just got that fuel tank. And I've got these fuel tanks. Right, so I'm going to go out of there and transfer all the fuel. And out of there, transferred what fuel I got left. There's still enough fuel here for me to get this back to Kerbals separately. But what I'm going to do is leave it in orbit here. And I've got so much fuel, so much delta V here. We really could refuel the lander. Oh, let's do it. Let's have the lander. Let's fuel that puppy up. I'm going to take fuel in here as well. Oops, let's get the fuel going out of here. So this interface is not perfect at helping you keep the levels equal unless you fill tanks entirely. Okay. Now the reason I did that is I now want to transfer out of here to get down about halfway. Maybe a little more than half. That's about right. That looks pretty darn close to even. So, and it doesn't matter. If we run out of fuel, then, you know, there we go. Now, what I want to do is we're going to head over to Ike. So let's go ahead and head to Ike. So first we're going to shut down this engine. Okay. We've got parachutes that have been deployed. Not worried about those. Parachutes that have not been deployed. And I'm just going to combine those. Well, actually, I'm going to move this engine down to here. And I'm going to combine those. All right. Well, isn't that interesting? Well, I didn't know I could do that. Interesting. Okay. So let's get rid of our some of this stuff, and we can get rid of that for now. I wonder if KOS can do some fuel balancing. I don't know. So let's set that as a target, and we'll go ahead and let NextJeb show us how it's done. Maneuver planner. We want a okay, which one do we want? Hum and transfer to target. That's what we want. At the optimum time, create the node. There we are. It's not too far in the future. Almost 2 orbits away, not quite, but all right, let's execute this. Notice that this transfer, let's go ahead and set the focus on Ike, and that transfer is going to get us to an impact landing, but that's okay. We'll fix it as we get into the sphere of influence. We'll do some stuff ourselves. Oh, and let's make sure this is going to work correctly by making sure that we control from here. Control from here. Got it. Yes, that's going to be important. And let's accelerate time just a wee bit more here to get us there quicker. I know a guy I saw on YouTube that a guy, I want to say it was Matt Lown, I was watching, and he said he one time did a mission to the moon in real time, which meant he'd never use time warp for the whole thing, and he, I think he live streamed it. Boy, that would have some real boring stretches. But all right, here we come. Yeah, I'm gonna warp a little bit faster, a little bit more. 24-second burn for this. We've got the delta V. We can budget this. Now we could do it with just the lander, and then leave the command pod here, or command module here, and do just the lander, and then come back to rendezvous with the command pod. We didn't even have to transfer fuel. We could have just done all of that, but it's okay. We'll go ahead and take both of them over there. Then when we leave for Kerbal, it'll take less delta V to depart than it will to depart from Duna. But we're going to burn a little bit more total this way. So that's just the way the math works. The more mass you move to more places, the more fuel you have to burn to do it. Might be a bit of an oversimplification, but yeah. Of course, if we're really clever, we'll get ourselves a nice gravity assist off of Duna to head back to Kerbin. Now, I'd love to write something for KOS to actually calculate doing such things. Calculate all the gravity assists to get to and from places on very minimal fuel. There we are. All right. We're on our way to Ike. There it is. All right. Now, we can use the maneuver planner. We could change our apoapsis when we get into its sphere of influence. And then we could change our periapsis. And then we could do this, and then we could do that. But let's have a little more fun doing it ourselves, huh? All right. Now, the sphere of influence change will occur when this point and this point are completely the same point. So let's just accelerate here. A little time warping up. I'm going to slow that down. Okay, speed it up, slow it down, getting closer. See if I can get the focus on here again. Nope. All right, now we're gonna put the focus on there. Yep. And here we are. So now we want to stop warping. We want to burn radial out. And that'll let us lift our periapsis out of the thing there. We could try to separate, and how much time do we have till that impact? We could do it. That periapsis there. We could, oh yeah, change the periapsis first and then the apoapsis. Earlier Gray said it the other way around, but that's okay. All right, so we could, oh gee, we really could do it. We could separate and then just let the lander go down, but let's do this. Let's get ourselves nice and orbital. We'll do it that way. All right. So, little thrust until we clear Ike. And 36 kilometers is more than enough to not hit anything on Ike. Now, when we get down to that periapsis, we want this maneuver, retrograde, to pull us into an orbit. Now, we could make that a nice circular orbit, but I'm going to go ahead and challenge myself a little bit here. I'm going to make this puppy just barely. Whoops. Oh yeah, now look at that for an interesting set of occurrences. We would slingshot, slingshot, slingshot. And that would end up putting us into, I think the purple one would be the last one. Wow. Very interesting orbit. We might do something like that to come out. And so therefore, let's go ahead and duck this in just a little. Wow. Wow. All right. So now, yeah, the purple one is the later orbit. This orange is our current, what would happen next from what we're currently on. So we're going to do this, and we'll just stay in this orbit. And then the reason I'm going to do that is I'm going to try to minimize delta V usage here, and then see what we can do to get a good slingshot. I'd love to get a slingshot off of both Ike and Duna on our way out. That would be quite the trick, I think. All right. Let's time warp down there a bit. It's a very short burn. up on it. 3, 2, 1 minute. And I'm going to slow that down at about 20 seconds. And there we go. All right, the SAS has us on target. And we're going to do our burn. Let's go ahead and start burning. We're just going to take her really slow. We want to be done about 10 seconds after the maneuver node. Now, some people might try to use this to set up for a landing. The thing is, you're going faster at the periapsis than you would be if we were circular at the altitude of the periapsis by doing this kind of an orbit, right? And there we are. 0.4 meters per second that we could burn. We don't need to, because my goal was to just have the orbit, not a very, very super specific altitude target. But you can see the apoapsis target and the actual apoapsis. So 918 versus 904. I'm perfectly happy with that. So we'll go ahead and kill this maneuver node. Now, you don't want to try to land, you don't necessarily want to try and land directly in most cases from a really high orbit like this, because you're going to have to be going a lot faster when you get back down here. Notice our speed, 435. Now, how slow would we be going to keep our orbit circular at this lower altitude? Well, let's find out here, right? We'll burn retrograde on this maneuver node until that swings. Whoops, that swung all right. Let's bring them back to kind of, all right, like that. Like, just gently let it swing to something roughly about there. So that's 100 meters per second less than we're traveling at that point. So we've slowed down a little, but figure 330 instead of 430. So that's 100 meters per second less that we've got to deal with in order to get the landing. We got so much fuel on our lander, we're just going to go ahead and go for it, okay? We've got way more delta V on the lander than we need. I mean, way more. So let's conserve some fuel by transferring it out of the lander. I'm going to go ahead and empty this upper tank completely. And I'll keep that pinned so that I can bring up this tank. I'm just going to transfer that out. There's no reason to carry that fuel with us over there. You'll see the screen shifting too. It's because the center of gravity is moving, and KSP, Kerbal Space Program, the renderer keeps the center of gravity centered in the camera view. When you've got these combined ships, you'll end up seeing that kind of shifting with fuel motion. But let's look at this. Yeah, let's look at this. Plenty of fuel. Plenty of fuel. Notice the delta V, it's still like just way up there. All right, so our buddy's still traveling in his lonely little lander can of his own. But let's go ahead and just take precautions. A little bit more role play here, right? Well, EVA. Where is the, okay, so there's the main hatch over there on the other side. So let's have him pull the data out. Take all 15 pieces of data. And he could store the experiments without having to actually board, but we're going to take them all. All right, so let's let go. Let's turn on the thrusters. He'll orient upward. Okay, so we're going to go up. Oops, we're going to go up. We're going to move over. We're going to stop going up. We're going to stop moving over. And then we're going to turn around here. And when I thrust, Well, he should rotate. I don't know why he isn't, oddly. And let's go ahead and grab the ladder, and we can right click and just store the experiments. Okay. Now having done that, we can let go again. We don't have to wait for all of this text to scroll. All right. So he's not aligning, and I don't know why, but I'll go ahead and align him. A little bit. Turning slightly. Let's get him going forward. I don't want him to bump the solar panels. That's one reason I positioned him the way I did, of course. We'll grab on, and we'll let him do the science over here. So let's extend that boom. Let's go ahead and log the gravimetric data. We'll log the temperature. Let's see if we get that scanner working. But let's go ahead and run it. And download the data. Magnetometer report while in height space above. Yeah. Now we'll get lower and run it again, perhaps. You know, and you really could do that. And I'm doing this because I want to show you that it really is doable. But you know, I'm doing this on Sandbox, but showing you kind of some goals. The parts I used some really large parts that are later in the tech tree to make it easy to launch. But you could build a smaller system. You could build a single vessel lander that could make the trip. Use the lander can too. Take a pilot and a scientist. Use and do a single craft instead of this lander and command module type of thing. Is a good way to do it. Let's go ahead and extend that ladder out there. Come on. Come on, ladder. Oh, that won't work when we're on him instead of on the ship itself, but that's okay. So go ahead and extend the ladder. What this will do is let me come down here closer to this guy. And let's see if we can go run it. I don't know that I can. So let's just see what we can do ourselves here. See if we can get over there to it. Yeah, I can't do anything with it myself. I don't know how you deal with that one. All right. But I'll climb back down. We'll go ahead and retract that ladder now. Climb back down. I'll climb right on off of it. Nope, not quite. Well, we'll let go. Turn on the RCS. Rotate. Go up, forward, down, back, go over, go back just slightly. Here, we'll grab on. We'll store those experiments. And then let go and get back into the lander. So we've done all our housekeeping. And I want to rotate him so I'm oriented the way I'm pushing buttons works better. And he's got plenty of monopropellant. We'll grab that. We'll board our craft. And let's go ahead and get ready to undock. Apparently we can't undock from that docking port. We're going to have to use this one, which is odd. All right. Now, when we get to the periapsis here, I want to burn to bring things down. Until it actually becomes our apoapsis, and we drop our periapsis down to about 10. That'll be good. And then we can go ahead and land. And yeah, and then what I think we'll do is we'll burn from there. So we'll add a maneuver there to then burn, to burn retrograde to land. So that periapsis. And I think we'll maneuver that around here somewhere. We'll see about that. Oh, we're going to go that way around. Never mind. Because we're orbiting this way. So I probably want to do like about there, so we drop down somewhere over here. Okay. So now, let's align ourselves to our target, to our maneuver node, and let's go ahead and time warp and make sure that we get some good separation away from. Now we're going to get closer again here, and we don't want to collide. So make sure we watch for that. And we're still a couple hours away. But even just that little bit of kickoff from down low was enough to make us get pretty darn close to, I mean, a fairly big change in our orbital position in the end. So that's good. This is Ike. Hi, Ike. I'm gonna get ready to land on you. Might as well stick the gear out. It just really doesn't matter that we didn't have them out here. There's no atmosphere. There's nothing to have to deal with. You can see the communication link from us to Duna 1. The line's really hard to see under that, but it's there. But here we are, just about to our apoapsis. Let me just maneuver that slightly. There we go. I think that's good. All right, let's time warp over to it. It's a 10-second burn. We're going to go for full intensity. We're going to activate this engine so that when we do fire up, it's going to work. Okay. And it's 10-second burn, so we're going to do that at 5 seconds out. We don't have to be super precise, but we just want to do it efficiently enough. And so here we are. See, I overshot slightly. It doesn't matter. I'm going to throttle down as we get close so that we dial it in pretty well. Looking at the map is always good. We'll cut that. Where are we at? Are we getting the periapsis down there? Yeah, our periapsis is down there. That's good. All right, so now we're swinging around here. We'll be closer. Yeah, and then we'll do some retrograde burning on that. We'll go ahead and kill that one. We still have 1,612 meters per second. That doesn't sound right. Do we really have that much delta V? Holy cow. We got so much delta V in this thing. So much delta V. For part of the reason why it's that much delta V is we weigh a lot less than we did. You can see that with our mass. We're down to just 2 tons. Just 2 tons. Doesn't take a lot of fuel with a strong engine like this. We really could have used a smaller engine, but the Terrier is such a great engine. It really does work well for a lot of these kind of things. I don't usually plan two maneuvers. I don't plan multiple maneuver nodes and lay them out, but sometimes it's kind of nice to do that. So. 3, 2, 1 minute. I'm killing time warp. I'll turn it up again just a little. It's only a 2-second burn, so I'm just going to do it lightly from 10 seconds. We're going to get our periapsis to drop down to the surface and cut. That's sufficient. We don't need to burn anymore. All right, so we're going to stay retrograde. You can see our speed is down there now at 350. And we're going to pick up speed, but boy, I was hoping to land in the light, so this is going to be tougher. But we'll still do it. All right, let's go ahead and kick it in and do it. So with full thrust, the idea is we're going to drop things. You can see our altitude dropping. Altitude above terrain is what we really want to pay attention to up here. And as this gets down close to zeroing out, we want to throttle down. And you see this turn up. We're going to be pointing more skyward. And that's what we want, so that we're coming down for a landing. And we're going to just do a real slow, gentle bit of burn as we come down. We've got 7,500 meters to go. Less than that. We're going at a slow speed. And you're going to see this drift in, because gravity is going to do more to pull us straight down, and it's going to kill off some of our horizontal velocity. But that's one of the great things about the surface view here, is that we've got both the vertical and the horizontal on here. So as you can see, the horizontal speed is still something significant. We could kill it now if we wanted to. If we were above a target that we knew we wanted to, where we wanted to land, you could use that to help you kill off your horizontal speed. You notice we're picking up a lot of speed pretty quickly. We're getting down there. We want to make sure that we can suicide burn. So you could do the math, right? We've got thrust to weight ratio in our vessel of 13.3. Wow. And then it's dropping because our weight is going up, because we're getting closer to this gravitational body. But I'm going to go ahead and hit the gas just to kill it a bit. Since I'm not really calculating the suicide burn, I want to be real careful. And maybe keep her around 30 going down here, but I want to go slower than that. As we get closer to the terrain, I'm going to really bring that velocity down. So when we get under 1,000 meters above terrain, AGL, above ground level. And we could do a light burn all the way down. It's not in a legitimate way. It's essentially the way that moon landings were done. Fire up to slow down, then they burned to kill off the horizontal, and then just came in burning the whole way down. Okay, now we're on surface. Oh, and that's what we should have been doing sooner. Sorry about that. I should have done that manually. And you can see the horizontal speed and the vertical speed on here too, so that's always good. Now that slope is 22.4 degrees. Wow. Ugh, that is a lot of slope. I don't know. It just tends to be, I always seem to land with lots and lots of slope. Whoa, okay, now we're gonna keep our thrust going, but we're gonna keep it lower. And we've still got a few hundred meters to go. Horizontal speed is in millimeters per second now. We're coming down. We're going to come down gently. We've only got 160 meters to go, so I'm going to keep our speed down. I'm also going to, whoops, yeah, we're going to keep our speed down. 100 meters. Oh, no, we're going up, we're going up. We don't want to go up. We want to come down. Okay. Okay, I'm lowering our vertical speed. Horizontal speed is too high. I gotta tilt us to kill that. And I think we're, whoa, I think we are cut. I think we're landing. I think we are on the ground. We are. Well, that was not ideal. And it's probably cost us a solar panel. It has. Dang it. Too much slope. And we came down trying to compensate. In the dark. This is why you don't want to do this in the dark. There's no shadow to help me. I, had to fly by the instruments. The instruments are not the greatest. Now, where's our door? Can we actually get out of this thing? Yes, we can. So let's EVA. And check this out. We can log gravity data, right? Because there's no atmosphere. Log our temperature. And let's take that data. This is put away, but we don't need to extend that. Let go and drop to the ground. We'll walk over the solar panel that's no longer on the ship. Yeah. Lost that one. Let's see, there we go. Let's take a barometer reading. You really can't. Reads nothing on the surface. That's fine. We take the data anyway. And it confirms that there's no atmosphere. So the atmospheric analysis won't really work, but some of these other things we can do. Mystery goo. And we can collect that data and restore it. Let's come over here. See if we can find ourselves more instruments to try. Zoom out a little bit. Run that surface scanning module. From analysis as vessel is uncontrolled. So you have to do it from inside the vessel. Okay, so we'll do that. And where's that seismometer? There's that. What did the seismometer? Well, while we're at it, let's move over here and kind of plant a flag. We'll take our EVA report, we'll take our surface sample. not remove our flag, our helmet. It won't let us anyway. Plant our flag. But sideways, yeah, well, you know. All right, so now what we can do, set ourselves up to be ready for a nice close-up when, oh, come on, I hate that. Let's go ahead and hide that. Actually, let's show that thing. Just, no, let's put it here. That's better. All right. HUD 1, HUD 2. It's good stuff. All right, get rid of that. And it's time we get into the light here. If we were where we could see Duna, you would see it process back and forth, wobble a little bit in the sky. I've done it before. It's kind of cool. And it's because Ike is tidally locked. Here comes the sunrise. So we have some sunlight. We can come around here. Oh, and not destroy our solar panel, but we can come around here and check out our craft. Now, taking off in this thing is going to be interesting. We'll retract that solar panel. We'll retract that solar panel. I think we'll even retract this antenna for now. Might even retract our landing gear. As we knock our ship around in unintentional ways. Jumping. We bounce off of it. All right, well, let's jump. Okay, that's pretty good. Here we go. We're gonna have to get on board, which is gonna be a little tricky. Keep ourselves hovering pretty well. Grab and board. All right, we've just loaded up more science. Let's go ahead and bring the gear in. Hopefully not roll over our flag too badly. Nor use our engine to really thrust against the flag too much. Let's rotate a little bit and try to tip up. It's not going to tip up, but well, those wheels are definitely dragging us around the surface here. Okay. Try to get that hatch. All right. Use the gear to kick us. And then give us one more little kick. And we'll start thrusting. And in destroying stuff is not going to be good. Come on. Come on, get us under control. Nope, we detached. All right, well, that's the loss of that. We might want to get out. Well, we've lost everything else on it. We're just losing parachutes. And we lost our Kerbal. And there goes our thing out of control. Well, sometimes it's a mistake to try to launch that way. And sometimes it works out pretty well. But the craft breaking when we had that little impact, I probably thrust too much in order to... I should have kept the thrust down and then got things oriented and got us moving. And that would have done better. But we've lost that now. Well, shoot. I really hate to do that. Really hate. But at least this time, losing the Kerbal was legitimate. I did it. Okay? I could take credit for that. I really did do it. Anyway, let's find our way home. Let's save the rest of the science and the rest of our team. Kerbin, set that as a target. We're going to use MechJeb to help us here with the maneuver planner. We're going to do the advanced transfer. Go ahead, do the calculation. Okay, so let's do this then. Let's get down to here. Add the maneuver to burn prograde, enough to get back to Duna orbit, and then we can do the transfer from there. So lock onto that, and let's work down there. Oh, I went way past it. All right, let's do it again. This is going to be interesting. And it doesn't matter if we're all that perfect. We're just going to get close. And that's fine. And we'll just burn prograde. And now we're leaving the orbit of Ike. But are we coming back? We are coming back. A little while later, we encounter Ike again. Well, not to worry, because we'll be gone by then. So let's go ahead and time warp up to this SOI change. You'll notice our orbit speed will get really low. But we're moving along. So relative to Duna, we're almost not moving at this point, but we'll get there. Okay, pork chop selection. Let's find us the most fuel efficient spot here to create the node. It's going to create our maneuver node. Initial orbit must not be hyperbolic. Well, our initial orbit is a little too hyperbolic. So we're getting some very interesting things from this perspective. So let's go ahead and remove the nodes. And first, turn our current orbit. Well, what's really great about this is, check that out. That periapsis of 1.1 and 2.02. Wow, that's still highly not the right orbit. So let's see, what do we need to do now? We need to burn prograde to lift things up and get ourselves 3 million and 4 million. So let's get to the apoapsis here and bring the periapsis up. Whoops, too much. Let's dial that back. Okay. That in about there. Gently. Gently. Thud. All right. Name the movie. If anybody's still watching. Hey, I never claimed that I was the best KSP player out there. I'm certainly no Scott Manley. But who knows a lot more about how this orbital stuff works than I do. But I keep learning. Look at this. 17 meters per second is all we're going to do. Tons and tons of delta V. Had we gotten back, we would have transferred more fuel back in. We would have, ditched the lander in orbit of Ike. I would have just left it there, I think. All right, on to our maneuver node. Let's go ahead and execute it. It's fine. Time warping over to it. Must be 9:30. Well, that was easy. So let's go ahead and create this node. Of course, these are more accurate if we're closer. Well, these... Well, maybe they are and maybe they aren't. Let's just go ahead and execute that node, which is coming up in a little bit. "267 days to transit." But we have to wait nearly 2 years. Well, a good year and a half. So we're going to do a lot of orbits of Duna before we head to Kerbin. But this is how you get efficient transfers. Watch other planets on other orbit lines and things moving into position. I really like this larger solar system with the Outer Planets mod. There's Jewel, right? We've got Duna, got Dress, and then Jewel. And that's the end of the planets for the normal, the default. But having an unknown object there with Sarnus, interesting. So Sarnus is Saturn, obviously. Urlum for Uranus, Nilden for Neptune, Plock for Pluto. It gives us some interesting places to go to and some greater challenges because, Jewel is out there. It's a long way away to get to that, but getting out to some of these are I mean, look at that altitude. 244 billion meters. So, and we'll just continue to whip around Duna. You know, just watch Duna and Ike whipping around there. It's kind of fun to see it swing that way. Just about to burn. Did your sound only coming out of the left? It's a lot quieter. It is only coming out of the left. I've got the sound meters. The desktop audio is only sending it out on the left side. Interesting. And the bounce on my microphone has it more on the right, so. All right, there we go. So now, let's get the warp helper out, because I'm not overshooting things. And let's have a look at what we got. We've got a rendezvous with Kerbin happening over here. It's going to take a while to get there. Year 4, day 88. We'll encounter the moon in 268 days. Well, that's going to be interesting. So, I don't want to add a maneuver. I don't want to auto warp. I want to focus. 268 days. Okay. Oh, at year 4. Okay. Why can't I? Well, whatever. I can't do it, so. But let's just do this. Let's go ahead and warp to SOI transition. Saying goodbye to Duna, goodbye to Ike, goodbye to our brave scientist whose name I didn't write down. And so we are losing him. There go Duna and Ike. And I will warp past that SOI, and then I will warp to our next one. There goes Duna in the distance. And now we'll head for Kerbin. Kerbin being in a lower orbit is going to be behind us and catching up. We can see the line of communication is open there. Unknown object. It can be fun to go after some of these. Use the grapple and you ram into them, and then you can drag them into orbit around Kerbin or something. It can be a lot of fun. Remember when they added those? That was a lot of excitement about it, but the mining of resources and things wasn't really, I mean, you can, and mods that definitely made that a viable thing to mine resources and so forth. But here we're coming up on our interface. 3 years, 75 days into this mission, by the way. Mission elapsed time. There you go. Year 4, day 88 coming up. But here we are, getting to Kerbin. And the moon is in the way as well. Guess we're going to encounter the moon. And it's going to try to fling us out. Well, let's get closer. See what happens. Of course, that'll be Minmus. Nope, that's the moon. We passed Minmus. We got our satellites over here. Are we encountering the moon on this pass? Wow. All right, warp to the SOI transition. Then, I guess. Because we're almost there. Huh. Very interesting. Well, we could use this to try to get us a little closer to Kerbin, but I think we're going to be good. I think that's going to ram us into Kerbin's atmosphere anyway. Oh, now that does not look the same. Oh, I know why. Okay. Because it was from the perspective of Kerbin, not the perspective of the moon. Now that one's from the perspective of the moon as it moves. So that angles it. All right, here we go. We have a negative periapsis, so we're going to go ram into the atmosphere pretty hard. Well, let's have some fun with it. Let's go ahead and warp to there. We'll get rid of the warp helper because we don't need it anymore. We're going to get the SAS pointing us retrograde, and we're coming down in the dark, which, as you know, is such my not favorite thing. Not really. All right, let's just burn off the last of our fuel, which isn't very much at all. And we will separate. Separate. And watch that thing kick off and burn up. We have a lot of velocity to bleed off. Our heat shield is going to do the job. Not to worry. Plenty of ablator. Could have saved weight by taking a lot of ablator off. I mean, even if we only had half of it. Oh yeah, G-forces are getting up there. Valentina and Bill are feeling it. Wow. But our speed has dropped way down. And we barely touched the ablator. I mean, if we'd left with a quarter of the ablator, we still could have done this suicidal atmospheric impact speed and not died from it. So, look at how slow we're going now. Let's go ahead and spit out some parachutes. And here's something we can do. We can jettison the heat shield. Shed some weight. Now this is fun. The heat shield is pressed up against us because of the air, the force of the air. But once those drogue chutes go, there's a couple of our satellites. Yeah? Oh no. That's more of the debris. That's... I do not know what we got. Interesting. But then when the heat shield drops off, the chutes will be able to slow us down a lot more. Our vessel mass is much lower with the heat shield detached. And this reading already shows it without the heat shield because it technically was already detached. And so the drogue chutes will slow us down pretty good. And then at about 1,000 feet AGL, I think, is when the main chutes will deploy. Apparently our navigation lights do not use electricity. Hardly at all. Let's turn off the SAS because we just don't need it. down to the surface. Altitude above the terrain, which we can read up here, so we don't really need this. Yep, hitting 1,000, there we go. And we're going to touch down at nice gentle, about 4.3.4.4 meters per second. We'll go ahead and kick in the physics time warp of 4x. I think that explosion we heard was the heat shield crashing into the ground. And there we are. We are flying low. We could, you know what? Bill wants to go ahead and go on EVA here and just kind of watch things. And then he's going to remove his helmet and he's going to do the EVA report and take off his neck ring and go ahead and do that. And then, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and deploy the parachute here. Letting go and deploying a parachute of our own. And we'll just fly separately from the ship. But we'll stay near it. And as you can see, we can definitely fly faster, but as we get close to the ground, we will go ahead and just kind of keep around. We're gonna flare here so as to slow our vertical speed down quite a bit. This is the trick about these. So if you ever need to do this kind of bailout type of thing and land your Kerbals, you can do it. And here we come. So we're going to slow down by pulling back, and it'll slow him down. Now he was actually kind of going up for a second. Slowing down. That altitude's getting way down there. Slowing way down. And apparently I can't keep the Kerbals alive doing that. Well, KSP has not been kind to me tonight. At least not in the realm of Kerbal survival. So we'll go ahead and let the command module touch down here. And we'll recover Valentina, as well as all that science, of course, because this is a sandbox, the science don't matter. It's just like, whose line is it anyway? Here we are back at KSC. Valentina recovered. She's ready for the next assignment. Science, parts, crew, like none of this matters. And there we are. And the orbits of my satellites have gotten messed up. So let's see here. There's 2. There's 3. Is 1 even around anymore? There's 2. Where's 1? Okay. But where is it? Okay, so 1, check that out. 3 and 1 are almost on top of each other now. And you can see that those orbits are slightly different enough. 1703, 1713 meters, 601, 609, yeah. This is why you need a lot of precision in getting those orbits set perfectly. When I've done Kerbal stationary orbits, I've actually wrote a program. I don't have that program anymore. It was on a computer where things died, but I wrote a KOS program that tuned the altitude to within 0.1 meters for both the apoapsis and periapsis at the correct altitude that I wanted. So it was very stable circular orbit on that one. And of course, course, being that close to circular, the apoapsis and periapsis markers were just jiggling and bouncing around the orbit because the exact spots were so sensitive, especially if you just started rotating the satellite that I built. So unfortunately, our satellite network really isn't well established anymore. The relative position here is supposed to be 120 degrees from, and it more or less is, but it looks like 3 is out of position. So 1 is here, 2 is here, 3 should be over here. And really, 1 should be a little bit more, maybe just a little more like that relative to 2, or, bring 2 around, whatever. But yeah, so these satellite networks don't always work out well. Well, this particular sandbox game is definitely not looking so great. Duna 1 relay? Well, let's go ahead and recover that. How that landed safely, I have no idea. The Duna 1 lander still, is still laying on the surface, huh? Some piece of it that survived. Well, we'll go ahead and kill that too. And I've got my satellites. That's really about it. So, all right, folks. Well, next time, we'll see if we can't do something a little better. In the meantime, thanks for watching. Have a good night.